It all starts with a shy girl confessing that she also likes manga, while the main character has no idea what is going on. Right after that, another red-haired girl appears, looking very excited, and asks if he is serious about all of that. Even a young lady wearing traditional clothes shows up shyly, asking how things turned out while he just wanted a normal life. To top it all off, a beautiful blue-haired girl happily declares that she has just found her brand new true love. But how on earth did things reach this point where everyone in the hallway starts calling out Kim Yusung's name? Actually, it all began in a hospital when someone's heartbeat returned and he opened his eyes feeling confused. Waking up in a hospital bed completely wrapped in bandages, the young man looks around without being able to understand where he really was. The doctor asks if he remembers the accident, but the guy knows deep down that he is just a simple graduate student. He remembers that there was a huge fire in the lab, and he ended up passing out while trying to save his research hard drive. Looking at the quiet room with medical equipment, he starts to wonder if this is actually a real hospital. Suddenly, he gets terribly startled upon noticing something very strange through a reflection right in front of him. The shock is huge because the face reflected the definitely does not belong to the guy he used to be before. As 2 days pass in the hospital, some memories of the body's former owner start to surface faintly in his mind. That was how he finally realized that he ended up transmigrating into the life of a completely different boy. The body belongs to Kim Yusung, a student of Korean descent living in Japan with his immigrant parents. The original young Yusung had suffered a severe car accident over the weekend and remained unconscious for several days. This means his old graduate student self died in the fire, and now he has possessed this boy's body. Come to think of it, he gets extremely excited realizing that he finally escaped the hellish nightmare of graduate school. But he quickly tries to stay calm, knowing that this mysterious possession could simply end at any moment. The biggest challenge now would be figuring out how to adapt and live normally in this new student reality. Upon arriving home, his new mother affectionately asks him to get some rest, and he just agrees, still feeling a bit awkward. Walking down the hallway, his body seems to move on its own, guiding the young man directly to his bedroom door. Even though it feels natural, he gets butterflies in his stomach because he is about to invade someone else's personal space. But as soon as he opens the door and takes a peek inside the room, the young man is left completely speechless from shock. Yusung's bedroom shelves are packed from end to end with hundreds of colorful manga volumes. To make matters worse, there are various posters of female anime characters scattered all over the walls. The guy realizes in despair that the former owner of that body was actually a totally fanatical and obsessed otaku. He deeply laments the situation while trying to digest the fact that he inherited the room of a true addict. Sitting on the floor, he melancholically wonders if he will actually be able to pull off pretending to be this guy. If he starts acting maturely, the original Yusung's parents are going to think his behavior is very strange. Not knowing what to do, he looks around and ends up spotting a poster pasted right behind his bedroom mirror. The character on the poster is wearing a red wristband and has the exact same haircut as the guy. Upon making that comparison, the young man gets a huge fright and almost falls backward upon realizing the terrible truth. The look of the boy on the manga poster is identical to Yusung's own appearance, which leaves him completely shocked. He realizes that the original Yusung was not just an otaku, but spent all day doing cosplay of this character. He concludes that the boy must have imitated Hiro's mannerisms and decides to investigate the bookshelf manga collection. Pulling out the first book, he comes across a cover full of embarrassing poses and an absurdly long title. Looking closely at that cover, the young man feels like he has seen these exact characters somewhere in his past life. Suddenly, he remembers a classic manga called Scramble Love that achieved massive success in the past. The story followed the traditional romantic comedy formula perfectly and was highly acclaimed by readers. However, the work's ending sparked controversy when the protagonist chose the childhood friend while rejecting the others. This unexpected conclusion infuriated fans and generated a huge wave of complaints on the internet at the time. Curious about the similarity between the stories, he decides to open the mysterious book from the shelf to start reading. The content of that novel is so incredibly addictive that he simply cannot stop turning the pages. He ends up staying awake the entire night, devouring all the volumes of that work without closing his eyes. The next day, his mother shows up wearing an apron asking him to help take orders if any customer arrives. He responds using a dramatic line from the book's character, and his mother laughs, thinking her son is still the same. Wearing an apron at the family barbecue restaurant, he thinks the food will greatly help with his diet. But upon looking toward the entrance of the establishment, the young man freezes with a surprised expression. He sees a young couple walking in and immediately realizes he has seen those two people somewhere before. The little blonde girl smiles from ear to ear, saying affectionately that she is going to feed him today so he won't run away. The blonde young man seems to find the situation quite embarrassing, while the girl affectionately calls him older brother. Upon hearing the name Ruji in the conversation, the protagonist immediately panics, wondering if this is actually real. He remembers that these names belong to iconic characters from the famous romantic comedy Scramble Love. He realizes that the blonde guy right in front of him is none other than the protagonist Sakamoto Ryuji himself. The protagonist is totally frozen, staring at the two of them, while trying to process that huge revelation. This means he didn't just reincarnate, but ended up walking straight into the universe of a manga book. He sums up in his mind that he was an ordinary graduate student who died in the fire and woke up in young Kim Yusung's body. But the worst part of all is realizing that the boy Yusung was just an unimportant extra with zero significance in the story. In other words, he ended up possessing a mere background character inside the universe of the manga he read the night before. The big problem is that he never actually finished reading this work and therefore has no plot advantages whatsoever. He tries to reassure himself by thinking that since it is just a romantic comedy, the world is in no real danger. The young man concludes that the safest plan of all is simply to avoid any contact with the hero Sakamoto Ryuji. That way, he could finally enjoy his new opportunity and have a normal life as an extra. From then on, he started pushing himself to the max, studying hard to change the course of his new reality. Thanks to his hard work, he managed to pass in first place, securing an excellent full scholarship. The young man completely changed his attitude and used adolescence as an excuse to join the student council. Despite all his efforts to change his routine, the mysterious body possession still refused to wear off. Accepting his destiny, he decides to keep focused on preparing himself in the best way possible for an uncertain future. He planned to invest his money in famous stocks, but realizes that his part-time job salary is still small. Thinking that physical strength is the foundation of everything, he starts running daily on the treadmill to build more stamina. He does intense push-ups at the gym, focused on getting stronger even knowing that this was just an ordinary world. He trains hard lifting heavy barbells and giving every drop of sweat to reach his physical limit of strength. The effort ends up generating a feeling of immense satisfaction that usually hooks any beginner in weight training. With the start of classes, a girl in the school courtyard watches in awe as someone very imposing approaches. The young man now sports an incredibly muscular physique while calmly looking at his new class roster. A smiling classmate walks up to greet him, commenting in a friendly way that he arrived very early. The protagonist turns around, revealing an extremely intimidating build that makes his friend feel a bit uncomfortable. With a serious and imposing look, The young man just calmly replies that he doesn't know which class he ended up in yet. Now in his second year of school, the youth walks through the courtyard filled with beautiful cherry blossom petals falling all around. He reflects thoughtfully on how his first year in this new reality flew by extremely fast. Throughout all these past months, he went through an insane heavy weightlifting training routine to level up a lot. His goal in gaining so much muscle mass was purely to be able to defend himself against any unexpected danger. He knows very well that in Japanese romantic comedies, aliens, ghosts, or even the Yakuza showing up is very common. The young man repeats to himself that all this physical effort was out of pure precaution and not aesthetic vanity. Anyway, he managed to get through his first year without drawing attention and intends to keep it that way until the end. But his peaceful plans start to shake when he hears some shouts at the entrance of the second year class B room. The one running in cheerfully is Yagochi Maya, the main heroine of the entire original manga story. Right behind her comes the protagonist Sakamoto Rauji, complaining comically about his stressful start to the day. Sitting right at the back of the classroom, the young man realizes in despair that he ended up in Ryuji's exact same class. He deeply laments his bad luck, since he chose that distant school precisely to avoid the hero. Ryuji keeps complaining loudly to his classmate, saying he had a terrible gut feeling after losing his wallet. The hero also mentions bumping into an unknown girl, which immediately triggers the young man's alert system. The lively conversation is interrupted when the teacher walks into the classroom asking for silence to start the day. The teacher asks everyone to calm down and take their seats because he needs to make a very important announcement. The students start whispering curiously while Ryuji just rests his face on his hand without showing much interest. With a big smile, the teacher announces that the class will receive a new and mysterious transfer student. The door opens, revealing the beautiful and radiant blonde girl who enters the room with a very charismatic smile. Entire classroom goes wild over the blonde young lady's beauty, whispering about the possibility of her being foreign. The teacher asks the students for silence and encourages the new girl to take a step forward, introduce herself to everyone. She cheerfully introduces herself as Rika Kishimoto from Shizuoka, saying she loves sweet cats and taking naps. As expected, she ends up walking into the exact same classroom as the protagonist of the romantic comedy. The young man watches everything from afar, knowing that the arrival of a new heroine is a classic trope in this type of story. He remembers that Rika Kishimoto was by far the most beloved character among fans in the popularity polls. Even though she didn't win first place overall, the teacher asks the blonde girl to quickly choose a seat. The teacher points to the desk next to Ryuji and asks the young man to take good care of their new classmate. Ryuji gets extremely startled upon recognizing the girl as the stressed-out young lady he bumped into this morning. The girl is also surprised and points her finger directly at the young man when she realizes who he really is. She shouts in the middle of the classroom, calling Ryuji a pervert because of their embarrassing incident earlier that day. The young man tries to defend himself, while the teacher simply celebrates, thinking it is wonderful that the two of them already know each other. Ryuji feels extremely confused by the whole situation, while the girl glares at him with a deadly look. She just turns her face away, huffing in anger, and sits down in the chair right next to the young man without saying another word. Suddenly, she reaches out her hand and returns his lost wallet, asking if the item belongs to him. He thanks her awkwardly while Yusung watches everything with boredom. Thinking he still has to put up with this for 2 years, the young man decides to focus solely on his own future to ensure that nothing ruins his chance of having a calm life. Even without having read the entire original story, he trusts his ability to predict the comedy's next steps. However, things in manga rarely go as planned, and because of that, he needs to stay extremely alert He knows he must study all possible patterns to avoid getting dragged into the hero's dramas. Suddenly, Ryuji grabs Rika's hand and asks the two of them to talk in private outside the classroom. The young protagonist says he needs to clear up once and for all what happened between them that morning. Rika blushes a little at the boy's bold move, but ends up agreeing to step outside to talk for just 1 minute. As the two of them leave, the dark-haired young man watches the scene from afar and decides he needs to take action immediately. The young man gets up from his desk, pretending he is just going to use the restroom, so he can follow the two of them discreetly. With a serious and determined expression, he begins walking down the hallway knowing exactly what he needs to do. The other students make way for him in fear, whispering bizarre rumors that he is a dangerous delinquent. The young man notices that his intimidating presence helps a lot when it comes to moving around the school without being bothered. He hurries to spy on the protagonists meeting to test if his comedy knowledge is correct. For his predictions to work perfectly, he needs to analyze their interactions up close and gather data. The young man knows there is only one classic spot in the entire school where a couple would talk in complete isolation. With his eyes narrowed and focused on his goal, he walks knowing precisely where this secret spot is. And just as predicted, behind the school building, the two young people meet in a seemingly quite tense atmosphere. Ryuji bows, clasping his hands together, and begs for forgiveness, swearing up and down that the accidental touch wasn't on purpose. Hiding amidst the bushes, the young man watches the scene, thinking that this is the ultimate cliché of over the top apologies. He finds it unbelievable to watch Ryuji making that embarrassing pose worthy of a classic romance protagonist. Rika keeps her arms crossed, glaring at the young man with a serious expression that makes the atmosphere even tenser. But suddenly, the blonde girl can't hold it in and starts laughing out loud at the boy's desperate face, leaving him completely clueless. She smiles mischievously, remarking in a good, humored way that he is much more innocent than she had imagined. Ryuji asks in surprise if she wasn't mad, and she confesses that she is not petty enough to hold a grudge. She reveals that she only pretended to be angry because she found his scared face hilarious, leaving the young man annoyed. The girl continues to tease the blonde boy, who complains, while Yusung watches the entire scene hidden among the leaves. He reflects on how this was the first major encounter event between the heroine and the male protagonist. Crouched in the bushes, the young man admires how everything followed the classic script of a romance opening perfectly. Suddenly, the young man's silence is interrupted when someone says his name in a firm and authoritative tone. A female voice asks what the future student council secretary is doing crouching in the bushes like that. He turns around to face a beautiful black-haired girl holding a red fan and looking at him with suspicion. She is Saionji Kumiko, the student council president, who possesses the typical personality of a wealthy manga villainess. He knows that Kumiko is actually a pitchable character who always ends up rejected and treated merely as a secondary rival. To cover for himself, he stands up holding a tree branch, saying he was just gathering decorations for the council. Kumiko hides her face behind her fan, looking at the plant with an expression of doubt and distrust. The young man tries to keep his calm under the president's observant gaze, hoping she will believe his silly excuse. Kumiko accepts the tree branch, blushing, and says she will at least put that plant in the meeting room. The protagonist thanks her politely, but is surprised to notice that his absurd excuse actually worked on her. He asks why the president is out here, given that at the start of the school year, she should be swamped with tasks. She says she wanted to have lunch with the council members to socialize and decided to give the secretary a special chance. Kumiko turns around in a hurry, calling the young man to get going before the school cafeteria runs out of empty seats. He finds the idea of going to the regular cafeteria strange, commenting that there probably isn't anything there that suits her refined palate. She lets out a sarcastic laugh from behind her fan, saying smugly that the young man doesn't truly know her. The young noblewoman questions if he really thinks she understands nothing about commoner food and culture. She proudly shares that she ate a simple pork dish last time and had zero problems with it. But the young man knows deep down she only eats extremely expensive Wagyu steaks and finds her attitude quite contradictory. So the protagonist decides to warn her that, unfortunately, the school cafeteria doesn't serve that kind of pork dish. She is surprised, asking what they serve there, and he replies that there is a very similar meat dish called jadin. The young lady tries to remember if she has ever heard that name, but finds the sound of the word very strange and vulgar to her ears. She starts breaking out into a nervous cold sweat at the thought of having to eat something with such a weird name. The protagonist looks at her mockingly, reminding her that she had just been bragging about understanding everyday people's food. At that moment, a cocky Shinjiro appears. He is the student council vice president who was desperately searching for her. The vice president quickly recognizes the protagonist and asks if he is indeed the student council secretary, adjusting his glasses with superiority. The young man finally seems to understand what was happening there. He starts yelling at the protagonist, demanding to know why he never shows up for student council meetings. The young man reveals that the president skipped her meal just to go look for him, leaving the girl extremely embarrassed. The protagonist is confused to learn that she ended up going without food, just to try and find him out there. Kumiko turns completely red with shame and starts yelling back at her companion, denying everything he just said. But the young man states that he will not tolerate anyone treating his lady with such insolence in the middle of the school courtyard. He declares his pride in serving her family, while the president herself tries to drag him away back to the classroom. She says goodbye, stating they will have lunch another time, while the young man continues shouting threats at the protagonist. The protagonist stands there completely speechless, unable to understand anything else that just happened. After classes end, the young man calmly walks toward the busy subway station to head home. Upon arriving at the station, the people around him are impressed and stare at the young student's massive physical build. He reflects that today was the day of the protagonist's major event, which marks the true beginning of Scramble Love. Thanks to his intense workouts, everyone at school avoids him like the plague, which helps a lot in avoiding getting entangled with the heroes. He smiles with satisfaction, thinking that focusing on bodybuilding was undoubtedly the best decision he made in his new life. Looking at the station board, he notices there are still about 10 minutes left until the next train arrives. The young man opens a drink, thinking that with the heroes following the script, he only needs to focus on living his peaceful life. Suddenly, a gentle hand touches his back, interrupting his thoughts completely unexpectedly. He turns around and comes face to face with Rika Kishimoto, the new transfer student, calling out to him with a huge smile on her face. The protagonist goes into an internal panic, unable to figure out why the main heroine is standing right there with him. The girl smiles cheerfully, holding her phone and saying she is very happy to have found the young man so quickly. She steps closer and asks if he could explain how to get to a certain address, showing him her phone screen. He recognizes the route right away, but becomes intrigued, trying to figure out how she managed to learn his name so easily. The blonde girl smiles knowingly and reaches out her hand to point directly at the chest area of the young man's uniform. She humorously points out that his name is written right there on his uniform's ID badge. The young man looks down at his own chest and realizes he had completely forgotten about the existence of that name tag. She smiles, saying she was sure he was a cool guy, and that her intuition about him was right. The protagonist falls into deep thought, trying to understand why she has such a positive opinion of him. He wears a confused expression, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the words she just said. Curious, he asks what she meant by that, and how she managed to notice his presence in the classroom. She replies that he was giving off a very strange and intimidating energy in class, catching everyone's attention. The girl mentions the exaggerated rumors about him having single-handedly defeated an entire gang of bikers in the past, but she noticed that he treated the classroom queen quite normally, proving that he is a good guy deep down. The young man looks at her seriously, realizing that the main heroine is much more observant than he had imagined. The young man panics upon realizing that he has just gotten involved precisely with one of the story's main heroines. He wonders if he should use the scary rumors about him to try to push the blonde girl away once and for all. But his moment of reflection is suddenly interrupted when she yells his name out loud in the middle of the station. Rika pouts angrily, complaining that the young man simply ignored her after she gave him such a sincere compliment. She insists on demanding a response, and he can only manage a sheepish "Thank you for the unexpected compliment." The girl comments sweetly that even if others don't understand him, one day everyone will see how truly cool he is. She says he might look scary on the outside, but deep down she knows he is an extremely kind-hearted person. With a radiant smile, the blonde girl holds out her hand, declaring that from now on the two of them are officially friends. Looking at such a determined girl, he concludes that it would be impossible to scare her off with the rumors. He realizes that since they are in the same classroom, they would end up growing closer one way or another because of her personality. The young man decides to accept the situation and be friendly, but promises to keep up his disguise as a mere unimportant background character. He accepts Rika's friendship, making her jump for joy while he secretly celebrates that his plan worked. Soon after, she remembers what she wanted to ask and shows her phone screen with the address of her new residence. The blonde girl pouts tearfully, confessing that the subway lines in Tokyo are way too confusing for her. He recognizes that her neighborhood is a very wealthy upscale area and realizes that she also comes from a quite well-to-do background. The young man reveals that the location is right near his route, which gets the blonde girl extremely excited about the coincidence. The protagonist explains that his own subway station is just 2 stops away from her new home. The girl is amazed, commenting that this can only be the work of wonderful destiny, bringing the two of them together as friends. The young man starts hatching a new strategy in his mind, taking advantage of the fact that things took this unexpected turn. He remembers that despite his studies on romance stories, he never actually got around to reading the original manga to the end. Therefore, becoming friends with Rika would be the best way to get valuable information straight from the source about the story. This would help the young man predict future events and protect his own peace without disrupting the hero's romance. He concludes that small changes to the script, like this background friendship, shouldn't affect the couple's main course. Showing friendliness, he asks if she would like something to drink and offers to buy her a beverage. He tells her to accept it as a token of friendship, and the blonde girl cheerfully chooses a can of cola soda. The girl takes a generous gulp from the drink, showing that she was very thirsty after such a busy and hectic day. She lets out a sigh of absolute happiness, commenting with flushed cheeks that nothing beats the taste of a soda. He asks if she likes soda that much, and she confesses that she had been avoiding drinking anything because of her diet. The young man feels confused by the diet comment while noticing what a very pretty girl she is up close. Suddenly, she proudly shows off some photos on her cell phone, revealing professional poses and stylish outfits. The blonde girl reveals that she used to work as a fashion magazine model in her old city, which is why she needs to watch her figure. The young man jokes that she looks like a completely different person in the photos, and she complains angrily, pretending to be deeply offended. He quickly changes the subject, warning her that their train has just arrived, and the girl laughs and complains about his quick getaway. The two of them board the moving train, which travels at high speed along the tracks of the big city toward their destination. Inside the car, some passengers look fearfully at the protagonist, whispering that he looks like a dangerous mobster. People try to look away out of fear of the massive young man, while the two of them stand quietly inside the car. Rika smiles, commenting that the trip with him was much faster, but he feels that it was an invasion of privacy. She ignores the complaint and holds out her phone, asking for help to figure out which subway station she needs to get off at. The young man starts giving her route instructions directly and quickly while the blonde girl tries to keep up in confusion. When the train door opens, the young man steps out, and the startled girl asks if he is simply abandoning her there. He explains calmly that his station has arrived, and that she should ride for 2 more stops until her house. She says goodbye, waving with a big smile and warning that she will count on his help the next day as well. The train doors close, leaving the young man thoughtful on the platform with the promise of meeting up the next day. He stands there alone, watching the train depart while trying to understand why she wants his company so badly. The next day at school, the bell for lunch break rings, and the students rush excitedly toward the cafeteria. But the protagonist realizes with dismay that he ended up forgetting his bento at home and decides to go eat on an isolated bench. He finds a quiet spot near the parking lot and opens a boxed meal he managed to buy, filled with sushi rolls. The young man starts eating the sushi with chopsticks, appreciating the moment of total silence and peace far away from all the hustle and bustle. But his peace doesn't last long because he soon spots Rika Kishimoto standing right in front of him with a worried expression. She looks at him with tear-filled eyes, asking sadly if he usually eats lunch alone out there every single day. The protagonist explains that eating in the classroom makes his classmates uncomfortable, which is why he prefers to eat alone out here. He says that it's easier this way and reminds Rika that she herself predicted that one day everyone would see who he truly is. Rika blushes deeply and comments that even though he is eating alone, it doesn't look like the young man is really lonely out here. She looks at his meal box with great curiosity, asking if that is kimbap, and enthusiastically asks to try a piece. He agrees to share a piece, while thinking with amazement about how she manages to change her mood so quickly. Rika lets out a mischievous laugh and cheerfully suggests that the two of them start eating lunch together every day from now on. The young man warns her that he can't bring kimbap every single day, and she yells out in embarrassment, saying it's not because of the food. He reflects on how he ended up growing close to Rika and understands why she was the reader's favorite character. The blonde girl relishes the food, loving the taste, and asks if his family actually runs a barbecue restaurant. They chat on the bench, and he thanks her for liking it while the girl asks him to pass along a compliment to his mother. Next, she offers a piece of her Japanese omelet in exchange for another kimbap roll from the young man's lunchbox. The protagonist accepts the friendly trade and uses his chopsticks to pick up the piece of omelet from her lunchbox. He puts the food in his mouth and starts chewing with a calm and thoughtful expression about the dish's flavor. However, the young man suddenly widens his eyes in extreme shock upon tasting the actual flavor of that strange food. He realizes that the recipe is way too sweet and thinks that it has enough sugar to ruin anyone's health. The young man asks in alarm how much sugar she used, and she replies innocently that she just put in as much as she thought was good. With a fiery gaze, he warns her that is bad for health and promises to prepare a healthy version of the Korean omelet. The girl asks what he uses in the recipe and gets grossed out upon hearing that he puts salt instead of something sweet like her. She says he has a very weird taste, while the young man fires back unconvinced, asking if her palate has stopped working. Suddenly, a loud whistle sound echoes through the parking lot, startling the two young people in the middle of their lunch conversation. The young man looks to the side in confusion and spots two familiar figures standing and watching them from afar with serious faces. He realizes it is the student council president, who is trembling with anger while blowing that noisy whistle. She says in a gloomy tone that the heavens might even forgive improper relationships between students at that school. But right after that, she points her notebook and shouts furiously, saying that as student council president she will never allow it. The protagonist is completely clueless, with question marks floating around his confused head. The vice president steps closer with firm strides and questions what else a couple eating hidden in an isolated corner could possibly be. He points at the young man and accuses him of trying to make up lame excuses after being caught red-handed in that situation. The young man fires back, saying he is not making excuses and commenting that the two of them have been bumping into each other way too often lately. He says it's normal to see each other since they are on the council, but finds it very strange that they run into each other every single lunch break. The president hides her face behind her red fan and asks timidly if he has something important to tell her. Suddenly, Rika points her finger at the president, saying excitedly that she finally remembered the bizarre nickname people gave her. The wealthy girl is completely paralyzed and in shock upon hearing the embarrassing title of gloomy council president. Rika continues laughing, explaining that the rumor started because she always walks alone wearing that peculiar black uniform. The president screams, extremely outraged, explaining that attire serves to command their respect and dignity. The blonde girl suggests she should just accept the nickname since everyone thinks that outfit is just cosplay anyway. The wealthy young lady is devastated to discover that students were mocking her, and the other girl tries to calm her down by offering a sweet Ed bread. She points her fan furiously and says she will let it slide for today, but promises to come back to get to the bottom of that story later. The young lady runs off in embarrassment, swearing revenge for the humiliation while the vice president chases after her in desperation. The young man shouts, asking her to wait, while the two protagonists simply watch that dramatic escape in silence. Rika asks in confusion what she did wrong, and the young man replies that he also has no idea what just happened there. Later in the classroom, the blonde girl calls out the young man's name in a drawn-out and quite affectionate tone of voice. He asks with curiosity why she is still at school instead of having already gone home to her new house. He shows the school club guide pamphlet and explains that he is thinking of joining a good group now that he has time. The girl breaks into a huge, excited smile and suggests that the two of them spend the afternoon together visiting several different clubs around. She says it's much better to see things up close than just stand around thinking about it. And the young man becomes thoughtful at the good proposal. He agrees that this is the best alternative and asks which of the places they should start visiting first. But she gets terribly startled when the young man seriously warns her that his plan is indeed to visit every single club in the school. With a gloomy look and a mysterious smile, the protagonist prepares to reveal the truth behind his plan. He reveals that he wants to test his physical strength limit and discover just how far his abilities can actually take him. The duo of friends' first destination ends up being the soccer club, and the two of them head confidently toward the field. One of the students kicks the soccer ball hard, starting a very lively practice in the middle of the school field. But the shot's aim turns out terrible, sending the ball straight up high away from the goal and annoying one of the players. The blonde-haired young man with a buzz cut complains angrily about missing all of his scoring attempts in a row. His partner mocks him while the club's real players watch that impatient provocation from afar. The other smug guy walks confidently up to the ball, saying there is no secret or difficulty to scoring a goal. Suddenly, someone calls them out, making the two thugs furious at such audacity in interrupting them. But they take a step back in fear upon coming face with the imposing number 10 and captain of the school's soccer team. With a serious and firm look, the captain demands that the two of them clear the playing field immediately so the team can practice. They recognize the famous third-year Captain Ryohei and swallow hard, knowing they shouldn't mess with him under any circumstances. The two troublemakers apologize in fear and run away from there as fast as possible to avoid trouble. One of the members thanks him for the help, saying those boys had been disrupting the club's routine for quite a while. The teammate asks what he thinks of this year's new freshman, but the captain confesses that none of them caught his eye. The captain laments the situation since his big goal is to win the national championship, but the team still lacks talent. He thinks that if they could recruit at least one very strong rookie player, the destiny of the entire team would be different. Meanwhile, in the hallways, the blonde punk grits his teeth in pure rage upon remembering the humiliation he suffered on the field. He suggests going back there to settle the score with the soccer team, but his companion says he doesn't want to get involved in the fight. The blonde mocks him, asking if he got scared and recalling the rumors that the captain's kicks exceed 100 kilometers. The boy says physical size doesn't matter in a fight, but ends up bumping shoulders with a huge guy who was walking by. He turns around shouting furiously to find out who dared bump into him, while his partner tries to calm him down, trembling with fear. The giant young man turns slowly with an extremely intimidating look that makes the delinquent's heart stop beating. The protagonist steps closer and, with a firm and threatening tone of voice, asks the blonde guy to repeat exactly what he just said. Looking closely at the giant young man's face, the two delinquents immediately recognize him and freeze in place. They scream in terror, shouting that he is the dreadful Iron Fist, and run away in desperation to save their lives. The young man is confused, not understanding anything, while Rika watches everything from afar, surprised by the boy's exaggerated reaction. The surrounding students start whispering in admiration, saying he defeated the bullies just by using his deadly glare. Rika scolds him, saying he shouldn't pick fights, but the young man defends himself by saying he only looked back after being called out. The girl says that in his case, even a simple glance is dangerous, and the young man laments how complicated his new life is. Back on the field, one of the soccer players notices strange movement at the entrance and looks over to see what it is about. The club member enters, total panic upon seeing the huge young man approach, accompanied by the charismatic blonde girl. The player wonders in terror whether the feared giant came there to start trouble or get revenge for something from before. Captain Ryohei places a hand on his friend's shoulder, calming the boy down and saying he doubts he came over nonsense. The teammate insists that he is a very troubled kid and would hardly be interested in joining their team. The captain says he also heard a lot of bad rumors about the young man, but guarantees that things become clear when you look at him up close. He analyzes the young man's impressive physique, thinking that with that size he would already be a national-level athlete. Ryohei approaches respectfully, calling the young man by name and commenting in a friendly manner that he has heard quite a bit about him. He introduces himself as the leader of the soccer team, welcomes both of them, and asks what brought them to the practice field. The protagonist replies directly that he would like to try out for the club and asks what the procedure is. The team leader is surprised and feels extremely small next to the imposing rookie's presence and height. He notices the young man's developed musculature, observing that not even the school uniform can hide all that strength. Ryohei gets excited, dreaming that with his help, the grand dream of winning the national championship would finally be possible. The captain fixes his gaze on the young man with total determination, repeating to himself that he needs that youth on his team. The team leader notices the young man's silence and starts explaining in detail how the club's admission test works. He explains that it is a very simple test where the rookie just has to kick the ball with all his might toward the empty goal. The protagonist takes a deep breath, staring at the ball on the ground while reflecting on the challenge of unloading all his strength right there. Knowing he has only a single chance to impress, the young man decides to put maximum power into that single kick. A glowing aura starts to surround the young man's body as he gets ready, activating all the energy stored up in his legs. With a fierce and focused look, he channels an absurd amount of force, concentrating all his weight onto his supporting foot. He delivers a devastating kick that makes the ball fly at high speed, leaving a trail of dust and wind in its wake. The impact of the strike generates a thunderous boom that echoes across the entire soccer field, startling the watching players. The captain and the other players are completely speechless, with their mouths wide open, unable to see where the ball ended up. The ball flew with so much force that it went completely straight past the empty goal, without anyone being able to catch it. The team captain freezes, trying to process what he just witnessed right before his eyes. The young man looks down at the ground and notices with perplexity that the soccer ball simply burst from the impact of the kick. He concludes that soccer is not going to work out and asks Rika what other sports clubs are nearby. The young man decides to go to basketball while the soccer captain prays he won't break the other clubs. Rumors spread through the school that the giant is heading to basketball, spreading panic among the students. Some curious students hurry to follow the young man, determined not to miss the show for the world. The council president watches the movement from afar, thoughtful about what he intends to do next. At the basketball club, the young man performs a dunk so hard that the glass backboard shatters onto the floor. Right after that, in baseball, he hits the ball with so much force that it generates a wind explosion, startling the batters. At the tennis club, his racket cracks the court floor, making his opponents wonder what on earth that is. Rika starts crossing off her list the names of all the sports clubs that have already been visited and rejected. The blonde girl cheerfully celebrates that they managed to get through another stage of that journey with total ease. The protagonist turns around calmly and asks his friend how many sports clubs are left to visit. The blonde girl gives a mischievous and mysterious smile while holding her clipboard full of notes about the practices. She puts on her red glasses with an intellectual pose, saying she will answer using the data she collected today. She explains that excluding the closed groups, there are only 3 clubs left available for the young man's test. The young lady mentions track and field first, which would be great for the young man to improve his physique and overall focus. Then she mentions swimming, which would help his body gain even more stamina and strength in a complete way. Finally, she suggests the kendo club, explaining that martial art is perfect for his mental discipline. She wraps up her reasoning by reinforcing that these 3 locations are the only options left for the day. She asks proudly if her explanation was good, and the protagonist thanks her, though he thinks she exaggerated a little bit. The girl asks what the next stop will be, guaranteeing she can guide him anywhere in that school. The young man asks if she has ever worked as an actress besides being a model, and she gets startled, blushing very heavily all of a sudden. He says she just seems to have a knack for acting, and the blonde girl tries to explain herself quite timidly. She confesses with embarrassment that the subject is a bit awkward and hard to talk about with other people. The blonde reveals that she actually used to do something very similar to theatrical acting in her recent past. The young man widens his eyes and freezes completely upon hearing that unexpected revelation from the girl. He starts imagining absurd things about her past, but tries to push those thoughts out of his head. He decides he needs to find out more about her past to get ahead of future events. The young man decides to change the subject, telling the girl they should hurry to the other clubs left to see. He concludes it is better not to push the delicate subject. Seeing how embarrassed she got by the question, the young man suggests starting with kendo, and the blonde girl cheerfully agrees, going back to guiding her friend along the path. Upon arriving at the kendo club, the students begin to whisper apprehensively at his presence there. Someone shouts a warning to everyone that the dreadful Kim Yu-sung has just made his triumphant appearance in the dojo. The members comment in terror that he has already destroyed other clubs today and looks much scarier up close. A girl with a microphone trembles with fear, confessing she is way too terrified to approach the young man. Rika puts her glasses back on and introduces herself imposingly as the massive young man's official manager. The protagonist watches the scene in surprise at the fact that he now has a real manager by his side. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman steps closer, commenting that the other clubs might have tolerated the boy's mess, but she draws her weapon and warns that his destruction ends right there, introducing herself as Captain Yukika Fuma. Everyone starts cheering, feeling very proud of their captain's courage in not getting intimidated by the giant. The young man explains calmly that he just wants to test kendo and asks her to detail how the test works. The captain gives a smirk, commenting that she likes his audacity and confident tone of voice. She wields her kendo weapon and announces that the winner of the test will be decided on the first accurate strike. The captain will make a point of facing him personally in the dojo, and whoever manages to land the first strike wins. The students get excited, shouting that the club's big battle is finally going to begin. They comment that this is the best show and route for the captain to defeat the young man with ease. The young man sighs in frustration upon that Everett one is treating him like the final boss of a video game. However, the captain lets out an extremely loud shout demanding total silence from everyone in the room. All the surrounding students get terribly startled and completely freeze in place at the captain's serious reaction. She makes it clear that this is a fair one-on-one fight and demands that anyone not involved clear the area. With a deadly glare, she warns that if anyone tries to invade the practice court, they will have to fight her first. The captain's presence is so absurd that the entire audience falls silent and starts sweating out of fear. Rika comments that this warrior is on a different strength level from all the other leaders in the school. The protagonist agrees in silence, keeping an attentive gaze and knowing that the opponent is indeed talented. He feels pressure emanating from the girl, as if a giant snake were ready to strike. The young man asks his friend to wait outside, and she wishes him good luck, knowing she would be kicked out if she went in there. Yukika says they can begin and asks if the young man is sure he won't need any armor. He says there is no armor of his size, and for fairness, she also decides to fight without any equipment. He accepts the terms, but warns that he won't take responsibility if the young lady ends up getting hurt. The girl finds the comment amusing and replies, fully confident that the rookie's words are funny. She guarantees that the young man won't even lay a finger on her uniform and asks him to get ready already. The combat begins with the two wooden swords clashing in the middle of the court in a powerful strike. The warrior blocks his attacks, commenting that for an ordinary delinquent, he possesses good skills. She states that the strength of someone who trains at a gym is nothing compared to a true martial artist. The two of them keep trading fast blows, showing a technique that impresses anyone watching from the outside. Suddenly, the captain manages to disarm the young man, sending his sword straight up into the air in a perfect movement. The young lady gives a smile, mocking his lack of experience for falling so easily for her move. She charges forward to finish the test, shouting that playtime is over and preparing for the final attack. To everyone's surprise, the young man simply reaches his hand backward and catches his falling sword mid-air. He spins the weapon, forcing his opponent to duck hastily onto the dojo floor to escape the counterattack. Fallen on the floor and trembling, she feels a crushing pressure coming from him that leaves her completely paralyzed. She wonders if the young man missed on purpose to spare her, knowing the fight would have ended very badly. The captain admits she underestimated the rookie and realizes that continuing that long fight will only put her in danger. She decides to concentrate her remaining power to end the combat once and for all with her next and most powerful attack. The young lady shouts, announcing her family's secret technique, declaring that this will be the end of the line for the young man. Intense glow and a strong energy explosion take over the dojo with the impact of her devastating attack. To the captain's total shock, the young man remains standing, completely intact, as if he hadn't suffered any real damage there. She is left in disbelief, thinking about how he resisted the Fuma family's secret technique, which has never failed in the past. Refusing to accept defeat, she tries to charge forward again, screaming that her opponent's name will be wiped out today. Before she can react, she gets hit square in the face by the young giant's wooden counter-attack. The young lady is thrown backward, DZ, wondering where that tremendous, destructive impact force came from. As she falls, she realizes the young man didn't use any special technique, just his pure raw physical strength. Looking at her hand, she realizes with a start that her wooden sword simply cracked from top to bottom. The captain closes her eyes, falling to the floor knocked out as she begins to lose consciousness after the impact. The protagonist watches the fallen opponent, while a screen shows that his bodybuilding power has increased even further. The next morning, the students in the class comment that the giant defeated all the school's sports clubs. They spread the rumor that the soccer and kendo leaders ended up winding up straight at the local hospital. The rumors say he did this to dominate the school and become the supreme leader of the student hierarchy. The young man sighs at his desk, realizing that yesterday's confusion generated very exaggerated rumors about his strength. He notes that the blonde hero keeps acting normally and thinks that, being the protagonist, he follows the script. The charismatic Rika enters the room saying good morning, which helps clear up the tense atmosphere a little bit. Suddenly, the door is pushed open by a very annoyed red-haired girl screaming the blonde protagonist's name. The students are confused by the shouting and recognize the furious young lady as Karen Tojo from the kendo club. Ryuji stands up in confusion, asking who she is and why she is looking for him like that. The redhead accuses him of beating up the kendo rookies and says the freshman told her everything at the hospital. Ryuji tries to explain the misunderstanding, but the girl refuses to listen, and the protagonist just watches from afar. A brown-haired girl enters the discussion, trying to calm tempers and explain the truth of what happened. The young lady states that the kendo club freshmen were the ones at fault, leaving the redhead quite surprised. The red-haired girl remembers that the kendo students dragged her into an alley yesterday and Ryuji showed up to save her from there. Her classmate asks if, knowing all of that, she still thinks the blonde boy was actually to blame for that fight. She asks the redhead to go back and scold her freshman, and the young lady finally realizes she judged Ryuji wrongly. The classmate confirms that the blonde boy bore no blame, and that the true culprits were indeed the rookie students. Upon realizing her grave mistake, the red-haired girl makes a sudden decision, and her face becomes completely flushed. She points her finger toward Ryuji and shouts for the whole class to hear, declaring that he must be her boyfriend. The young redhead promises to make him the happiest man ever while the blonde boy is completely shocked by it. The classmate who was trying to calm the situation down is left completely speechless and confused by that scene. Karen holds the blonde boy's hand under the watchful and surprised gaze of all the other students whispering around the room. The brown-haired girl loses her patience and screams out in revolt, saying that makes no sense whatsoever. The protagonist watches with a side grin, thinking about how brutal the world of romantic comedies can be sometimes. Rika watches the scene, hopping with joy, and lets out a shout of excitement, loving to see that unexpected romance. The blonde girl praises Karen's determined attitude, finding the courage she had to confess right there truly amazing. Some classmates start debating curiously about which of the girls the blonde protagonist will end up choosing. One of the guys opines that the sweet Akushi would be the best choice for being very kind and also having a nice appearance. Another classmate disagrees, saying the best type of romance is with rebellious girls who turn into sweet kittens around their boyfriend. Protagonist rests his face in his hand out of boredom, noticing that everyone keeps gossiping endlessly about the confession. He recalls the striking scene of the redhead's unexpected love confession and how the blonde hero was left speechless at the time. The dark-haired young man grows thoughtful, analyzing the story's script while Rika watches him closely with curiosity. Suddenly, the blonde girl calls him by a cute nickname, and the young man turns around confused, not understanding why he is being called that. The girl asks who he thinks will win the blonde boy's heart, and ended up actually dating him in the end. The protagonist shrugs, saying he has no idea, and the blonde girl complains, finding his answer very boring. He knows that if the story follows the original script, the blonde guy will end up dating his lifelong childhood friend. But the blonde girl whispers mischievously, saying that actually she already knows exactly who Ryuji is going to date. With a playful wink, she states that the blonde young man will end up dating the redhead Karen Tojo in the end. She says that will only happen under one condition, and the protagonist is left with several doubts in his mind about that. The young man questions the reason for so much confidence in her love advice, and the blonde girl brags about being an expert on the subject. She proudly states that people line up for her wise advice, while the young man doubts all of it. The girl throws a tantrum, complaining about her own romantic brilliance, and the young man wonders why she is so excited. The blonde girl strikes a cute pose, commenting that she wishes the protagonist would pay more attention to her than to the others. The young man gets embarrassed and starts sweating, not knowing what to reply in the face of such a direct comment. Later, upon entering the classroom, he runs right into redhead Tojo Karen sitting thoughtfully at one of the desks. He hears rumors that the redhead has been insisting a lot on setting up a date with Ryuji for the weekend. The young man observes the redhead's serious expression, as she seems genuinely very determined to win the blonde hero's love. The classmate comments that having lunch together on the weekend is basically a romantic date, and the young man agrees. The peer then mentions a bizarre rumor that she is actually the daughter of a very powerful and influential man. He reveals the scary rumor that Karen's father is the feared boss of a large and dangerous criminal syndicate. The protagonist remembers that this syndicate controls the entire region and is surprised by that bizarre possibility. He comments without showing emotion, and the classmate complains about his lack of excitement over the gossip. The young man explains that even if it's true, it doesn't change anything in their lives, and his friend is outraged. That the peer jokes that he feels like calling him boss, and the protagonist says he finds that weird. The young man reflects that since they are in a manga universe, everything that seems absurd can actually be real there. In the hallway, the redhead Karen shouts for the blonde boy while the protagonist remains thoughtful about the mafia rumors. She demands to know the date for the lunch, and the young man decides not to get involved, thinking that drama belongs solely to the hero. But the brown-haired girl loses her patience and steps in front, shouting that enough with the persistence is enough. She points out that the blonde guy is uncomfortable with the situation, But the redhead says that is none of her business. The other guys cry with envy at the blonde boy's popularity, while the protagonist watches everything from afar. From then on, the redhead's pursuit remains intense, and she starts following the blonde boy even during classes. Karen opens the locker room door by surprise and catches the blonde boy shirtless, leaving everyone startled by her boldness. She demands that he accept the weekend lunch once and for all, leaving the boy with no way out of there. A blonde guy appears crying and desperately begging Sakamoto for help. Rika walks up to Ryuji with a lunch tray and asks what he is going to do for Golden Week. He says he will just help out at his family restaurant, and she compliments him, thinking he is a good son. Suddenly, the girl makes an unexpected invitation, asking the young man to come over to her house during the break. He is surprised, and she explains that she keeps a ridiculous amount of manga stored at her place. Rika shares that her father's collection is so huge that he could easily fill an entire bookstore. The guy says he will call to set it up, and she replies all excited that he can let her know at any time. While eating her snack, the blonde girl starts thinking about something, quite intrigued. Ryuji remarks that she eats a lot for someone so thin, and she replies that that is just her normal average. She explains that she needs to eat a good lunch, so she won't snack all the time, and says she doesn't gain weight easily. With a mischievous smile, she claims that everything she eats tends to go straight to her chest area. The guy turns completely red and is shocked by the young blonde's bold and unexpected remark. She laughs, calling him a pervert, and the young man realizes too late that he just walked right into a massive trap. Suddenly, the redhead Karen pops up, shouting indignantly upon hearing about the city of Tokyo in the cafeteria. Rika notices the girl's presence and gets excited, thinking that is the perfect opportunity for her to act. She approaches with total confidence and asks directly if the young lady there is really the famous Karen Tojo. Faced with everyone's confused stares, the blonde girl politely introduces herself, saying her name is Rika Kishimoto. Rika says she looked worried and offers to help, leaving the redhead shocked that she is so well known. Red-headed girl starts stuttering, unable to believe she is actually talking to that person right in front of her. She reveals she has heard rumors that Rika is great at giving romance advice to other students. Rika explains that it was easy to spot her feelings because she always goes looking for Ryuji during every single break. Karen gets super embarrassed and covers Rika's mouth, shouting at her to speak more quietly before anyone hears. But the blonde says the timing is perfect because she herself had wanted to have a chat with the redhead for a while. The young redhead gets stars in her eyes with hope, thinking she will finally get help with love. Heading back home, Yusong thinks Rika is having way too much fun meddling in other people's romance. He remembers that the blonde scheduled a meeting with everyone to talk and regrets being included in the plan. The guy reflects that in the original story, it should have been a normal contest, but things seem kind of weird. He decides to stop overthinking it and chooses to focus his energy on going to work out hard at the gym. Upon arriving at the place, the young man hears some loud yells of effort coming from the establishment's weightlifting area. He walks in complaining about the noise, but is surprised by someone who suddenly calls him by his very own name. A blue-haired girl comments on the huge coincidence of running into each other right in that spot. The guy is quite surprised to recognize that the young lady in front of him is the captain of the school's kendo club. He points out, surprised, confirming if she really is Yukika Fuma while the girl watches him quite calmly. Yukika explains that school activities weren't enough for her training, and that's why she decided to come there. Yusong smiles awkwardly and notices that the beautiful young lady's presence has made all the other guys much more excited. He mentally agrees with the men's commotion, knowing she is indeed an extremely pretty girl. The young man mentions he didn't know she lived nearby, and the girl reveals that she just moved recently. The guy gets thoughtful at that information, and right after that, the gym manager shows up, saying it's perfect. Manager Nakayama Yujiro smiles and says Yusung will be in charge of teaching the place's rules to the young lady. The man explains that since they are schoolmates, she will feel much more comfortable training with the guy. He whispers in Yusung's ear, saying she definitely came there because of him and wishes the young man good luck. The man tells her just to observe today, and the protagonist scratches his head, knowing the manager got everything wrong. Right after that, the guy positions himself in front of a barbell with huge weights under everyone's attentive gaze. The manager says they are going to start light with 220 kilograms, and Yukika is shocked by the absurd load right at the start. The man calms the girl down, saying he has been in the field for 20 years, but has never seen a monster like that young man. With tense muscles, the protagonist grips the iron bar firmly and gets ready to start his test. He does a perfect squat, lifting all that absurd weight with total ease, and without showing any fatigue. The manager celebrates and suggests increasing the weight to 270 kilograms, and the young lady is even more astonished. Yukika watches, unable to believe that the guy managed to complete 5 full sets with that huge weight. The manager gives a thumbs up, reinforcing that he is a monster, and she admits that his strength is impressive. Yukika acknowledges that absurd physique definitely does not belong to a mere ordinary student. She is absolutely certain that the guy is the bearer of the extremely rare and legendary extreme yang physique. This legendary physical constitution grants the young man energy and vitality way above normal. The young lady remembers that great heroes from past possessed this exact same bodily anomaly. Having faced him at the dojo, she knows well that such absurd strength could never be achieved just through training. Yukika concludes that she needs to report this important discovery immediately to her secret master. Meanwhile, the day dawns peacefully around a huge traditional Japanese-style residence. Upon arriving at the place, several men in suits bow, welcoming the young mistress Karen. Yusung is very surprised to notice that her family is actually part of the local dreaded Yakuza mafia. He thinks he will never get used to this world's weirdness when a security guard sees him and gets scared. The mustached man panics upon noticing the young man's huge physical size and intimidating presence. The security guard accuses the guy of being an enemy spy and desperately asks Karen to stay away from him for safety. Karen slaps the man, saying they came to help, while the guard swears his face doesn't look like a student's. Once inside the house, the young redhead offers sincere apologies for her men's exaggerated and hostile behavior. Yusung scratches his head and calmly replies that he doesn't mind, because he is already very used to being misunderstood. He tries to leave, but Rika insists that a man's opinion and perspective are essential to their plan. The blonde proposes that they start with cooking lessons so Karen can manage to win over her beloved's stomach. Rika strikes a dramatic pose, declaring herself a great expert in love, and Karen is amazed by that. Yusung watches the performance with a bored look, wondering if she doesn't feel embarrassed saying those things. Excited, the girls raise their hands, ready to kick off the exhausting preparations for that bento recipe. After a lot of effort in the kitchen, Karen finally manages to finish preparing her very first lunchbox. The redhead cries with joy upon seeing the result of her hard work, while the blonde claps, congratulating her friend. Yusung remembers the start of the training when Karen almost set everything on fire by using high heat and burning all the food. He sighs in relief, thinking that helping beginners in the kitchen is a much harder challenge than it looks. The guy confesses that he got very hungry from the smell of the food and offers to prepare dinner for them. With a confident look, he asks the girls to leave everything to him and promises to make something delicious. The young man starts cooking like a true professional, controlling the high flames with total mastery. The two girls watch that demonstration of culinary talent completely open-mouthed and fascinated. Yusung serves a nice plate of steaming fried rice that makes the two young women's mouths water with so much craving. They start eating and are amazed, praising the taste of the rice and saying it is incredibly good. Rika asks since when he has cooked so well, and he shares that he started preparing his own lunchboxes last year. He remembers that at first, his mom used to wake up very early to cook, and he started doing it to help her with her tiredness. He confesses it was hard at first, but he got the hang of it, and Rika cries, finding his attitude very sweet and touching. Karen asks who makes Rika's food, and the blonde proudly replies that her mom prepares everything with lots of love. Suddenly, the blonde remembers something important and announces that she brought a special surprise to help the redhead Tojo. Rika hands over a bag, saying it's a gift with all the essential makeup products for the girl. She explains that she wrote down a basic skin care routine on a piece of paper, and Karen thanks her, very embarrassed. The blonde suggests going shopping for clothes together after the date, and the redhead gets startled by the idea. Rika explains that the usual clothing style Karen tends to wear at school is a bit problematic. She jokes that the redhead dresses like a total old person by wearing a training jacket over her uniform. Tojo accepts the criticism and promises to try her absolute best with makeup to ensure her date's success. Rika celebrates her friend's determination and says they will start the makeup, asking the guy to wait outside. The guy thinks it's weird to have to wait alone, but the blonde warns that watching a woman's transformation is a crime. Rika drags the redhead Tojo to the bedroom, excited while the young man sits down, watching their enthusiasm. Yu Song gets confused, remembering that she herself had said before that a man's opinion was very important. Already at night, the pair of friends walk back toward the station, commenting that the day was quite fun. The guy says he really hopes the redhead has a lot of success on her romantic date over the weekend. Yusong suggests stopping by a convenience store to buy a manga magazine, and she agrees, excited. Rika smiles, holding the book, and comments that her dad always says there are no bad people who love manga. She laughs in a sweet way, and the guy smiles out of the corner of his mouth, wondering if this golden rule also applies to his case. Rika stares at the guy with very flushed cheeks, stating that he is without a doubt an excellent person. She explains that he spent the whole day trying his absolute best to help solve Karen's problems. The girl turns extremely red with embarrassment as she compliments the guy so directly in the middle of the street. She says it is getting late and rushes off in a hurry to pay the bill, leaving her friend behind, confused. Yusung scratches his head and wonders in silence if her sudden rush wasn't just a stomachache. The next day at school, the hallways are taken over by movement and a commotion much greater than usual. The students start whispering and sighing, blushing at the approach of a mysterious and pretty new female student. A girl with short reddish hair walks with elegance, leaving all the boys impressed from afar. They wonder if they ever had a girl that pretty at school, and notice she is heading to Class B. Suddenly, the girl slams a mysterious sealed letter down hard right on top of Ryuji's desk. She says that is a challenge and warns that the blonde will have to go out with her on the weekend. No exceptions. Ryuji is paralyzed and totally flushed, unable to recognize that this pretty girl is actually Karen. On the weekend, the trio ends up going shopping at a busy shopping center in the famous Shibuya neighborhood. Rika laughs, commenting on the boldness of the challenge, and Karen timidly asks the blonde to start calling her by her first name. The two celebrate their new closeness, hugging each other, while the guy just follows them in silence with the bags in his hand. He reflects thoughtfully that being in the woman's clothing section is entering a totally unfamiliar universe. The young man remembers that the redhead begged for help to choose her date outfit, and he ended up being dragged along. Rika points all excited at a designer clothing store window complimenting a very delicate and cute outfit set. The blonde grabs Karen's hand and pulls her in a hurry into the store, determined to make her try everything at once. Rika starts selecting several cute pieces, while the guy is only good for holding the giant stack of hangers. The blonde shoves Karen into the fitting room, handing over the clothes amidst the girl's timid and confused protests. Karen complains from inside, saying that cute styles don't suit her, and Rika decides to go in to give a little help. The blonde invades the fitting room, telling the redhead to stay quiet and let her sort out all the clothing adjustments herself. The guy hears strange noises and Karen screams complaining about tickles, and wonders what happened in there. Karen holds the hem of her new ruffled skirt, extremely nervous and with her hands shaking at the new cute style. She steps out of the fitting room, complaining that the skirt is way too short while Rika watches the visual result, amazed. Rika asks the guy's opinion, and he smiles, replying that the new outfit really suited her very well. Karen gets quite flushed with the young man's sincere compliment, and he notices that the clothes changed her completely. Meanwhile, in the giant and luxurious traditional mansion of the dreaded Dongzong mafia family, the mood is tense. In the mansion's gloomy office, an extremely serious emergency meeting is about to start right now. The dreaded sixth patriarch of the Tojo organization, Nado, stares at the table with a cold and thoughtful look about his daughter. Known in the underworld by the nickname Bath of Blood, he starts talking about his beloved daughter's recent attitudes. The mafioso drives a sharp knife into the wooden table, saying it looks like Karen has finally found her first love. The other members of the clan start sweating nervously, whispering that no ordinary man would have the guts to do that. The patriarch states that he won't hand his daughter over to just anyone and calls for his most loyal personal secretary. He asks the name of the guy Karen is interested in, and the secretary promptly confirms that the name is Sakamoto. The man shows Ryuji's picture on a tablet, explaining that he studies at the same private school as the young Harris. He reveals that Karen went to the beauty salon yesterday under his escort, which was already a very suspicious sign of change. He shows his cell phone screen, revealing that new transactions at women's clothing stores popped up on her card today. The secretary concludes that the young lady is definitely planning a date with Sakamoto for this weekend. The patriarch gets furious, smashing the table and roaring Sakamoto's name while his men try to calm him down there. With a murderous look, he orders all members who are free this weekend to gather immediately. The boss declares that the group's mission will be to spy on the date and make sure the guy doesn't try anything funny. The executives shout, accepting the leader's order, preparing a big spying operation for the weekend. Far away from there, the three youths decide to take a break to eat at a very famous burger joint. Rika collapses in her chair, complaining that she is totally exhausted and out of energy after walking around the stores so much. She cries from tiredness, saying she doesn't even have the strength to chew while the guy eats quietly next to her. Karen sincerely thanks them for the support, and the blonde smiles, sweetly replying that that is what friends are for. The redhead says she had a lot of fun shopping, and the other agrees, happy to have been able to help her in this new stage. Karen offers to buy more food for the huge guy, but he refuses, saying he prefers rice instead of bread. Karen sweetly holds out the burger, saying he can order more if he is still hungry. Yusung bites into the snack, thinking she looked like an ordinary delinquent, but actually she is very caring and cute. He concludes that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and Karen asks, embarrassed, if there is something on her face. The guy jokes, saying it's ketchup, but quickly changes the subject and asks about her date planned tomorrow. The redhead says she just plans to go to a simple cafe, watch a movie at the theater, and then have dinner with the blonde guy. Rika slams the table, shouting that that traditional plan is way too simple, leaving Karen totally startled. Blonde says she needs to stand out and suggests swapping the movie theater trip for a much more romantic and intimate spot. Rika shows her cell phone screen, and the redhead reads out loud the name of the mysterious destination, which is a beautiful aquarium. The blonde starts describing the sparkle of the aquarium's waters with fish and coral reefs dancing calmly. She says the soft lighting is perfect for the two of them to whisper and confess their deepest feelings. Rika demands total trust in her romance advice, and Karen excitedly agrees to invite the blonde guy to the aquarium. Outside the burger joint, the blonde says goodbye happily, wishing them the best of luck on tomorrow's date. Karen thanks them from the bottom of her heart, waving to the two friends as she makes her way back home in the sunset. The two start walking back together toward the subway station under the orange sky of the late afternoon. Rika asks about the guy's plans for the next day, and he replies that he just wants to read manga in his room. She demands that he come along to spy on Karen's date, and the young man complains, saying he has the right to rest on Saturday. With blazing eyes, the blonde says an ally must support the other until the end, and the tired guy accepts her decision. She celebrates by giving a friendly tap on Yusung's hand, officially decreeing the formation of the romance spy duo. The next day, Karen's dad shows up in sunglasses and a coat, keeping watch on the place while a kid laughs at his hair. The mafia boss stands still in the middle of the square, focused on watching the exact spot of his beloved daughter's first date. Ruji arrives running and quite out of breath, offering sincere apologies to the redhead for being a few minutes late. Karen smiles beautifully, saying she also just arrived, and sweetly asks him not to worry about it. The blonde gets flushed, complimenting her new look, and Karen's heart beats really fast at the young man's sweet comment. The redhead thanks him, turning totally red with embarrassment, and the two start walking side by side quite timidly. Ruji suggests they start by going to a coffee shop to plan the day's itinerary, and the girl happily agrees with the idea. The blonde offers to carry her bag, while Karen's jealous dad watches the two of them hidden behind a pole. Hidden in a corner, the spy friend couple watches everything disguised in beanies and hoodies, so they won't get caught. Rika runs off excitedly to keep chasing them, and the guy hurries after her, asking her to wait for him. The couple of sweethearts walks happily, talking loudly without noticing the presence of Karen's mafia dad, keeping an eye on them nearby. The mafia leader grinds his teeth with so much anger, foaming with hatred upon seeing the blonde guy talking to his precious daughter. He yells, outraged, that the blonde made his daughter wait 5 minutes. But the secretary tries to contain the boss's fury. The secretary warns that the people around think the 9 men in sunglasses and coats look suspicious in the middle of the square. He explains that the group draws too much attention together and suggests splitting the men into pairs to track the couple better. The boss agrees with the great plan and orders everyone to scatter immediately in pairs to continue the spying. The couple ends up stepping into a nice bookstore that features a coffee shop and a very charming cafe space on the floor. At the table, a giant, wonderful strawberry sundae decorated with fresh fruit and sweet toppings is served. Rika celebrates for having ordered the giant-sized treat, but the guy questions if she is actually going to manage to eat it all by herself. The blonde smiles and teases, asking if he can't even handle eating a dessert, and the young man gets quite embarrassed. The guy starts looking around and notices that coffee shop's atmosphere is taken over by a very heavy energy. He notes that the place is packed with mysterious men in suits and sunglasses acting quite suspiciously. Yusung gets butterflies in his stomach upon realizing that all those mafiosos surely have a direct connection to Karen. He fixes his gaze on a man with long red hair who seems to be indeed the most dangerous and intimidating of all. The guy notices that despite the weird wig, the man has facial features identical to young Karen's. Suddenly, he hears Sakamoto mentioning that the city aquarium has an amazing dolphin attraction to watch, Karen agrees, excited, saying she really wants to see the dolphins first, and the two lock down the plan for that date. The redhead breaks into a huge, radiant smile, celebrating that her first date in life is going to be extremely fun. But looking at all that armed mafia around, Yoo-sung thinks with worry that the girl's date is going to be pretty tough. Soon after, at the busy Shibuya station, the whistle's sound warns that the passenger train is about to depart. The train car closes its doors suddenly, leaving the guy squeezed in the middle of the crowd while protecting his friend. Rika complains about the squeeze, asking people not to shove, while the guy holds her tight to keep her safe there. Rika thinks that the subway is the only way to get to the aquarium, but she turns quite flushed because she is pressed up against the guy. She looks up confused and notices how extremely close Yoo-sung's face is to hers in that crush. The young man calmly asks her to hang in there, since they are almost there, and the blonde agrees with red cheeks. The doors open and the crowd starts pouring out, shoving everyone, including the couple who was being spied on. Seeing that they are going to lose the couple out of sight in the middle of the chaos, the guy grabs Rika's hand firmly and pulls her along with him. He tells her to go this way, guiding his friend with total determination through the sea of people on the platform. They finally manage to get out of the station out of breath, but they are still holding each other's hands. Rika timidly lets him know that he can let go of her hand now, and the guy apologizes awkwardly upon realizing the act. The two pull their hands apart quickly, while a rather timid and awkward mood settles between the friends. With a very red face, the blonde sweetly asks him to be a bit nicer on a next opportunity. The protagonist accepts, half not understanding the reason why she is talking about a next opportunity holding hands. Suddenly he realizes they lost sight of the target, and the blonde cries out of fear that they might have lost the couple for good. The guy calms his friend down, reminding her that their final destination is the aquarium, and suggests going straight to the venue's entrance. Meanwhile, the mafiosos also suffer, squished in the subway crowd, leaving the boss extremely angry. The secretary says they should have gone by car, and the disguised guy nearby soon recognizes those men from the mansion. Yoo-sung pulls up his hood, breaking into a cold sweat with the absolute certainty that those men actually belong to Karen's family. He decides to move discreetly among the people to prevent the mafiosos from ending up recognizing his face. But Tojo's secretary spots the guy from afar and identifies him as Karen's friend who was at the mansion days ago. He tells the boss that those two young people helped the young Harris get ready for today's romantic date. The mafia boss concludes, touched, that the two friends are just watching over Karen out of pure worry and friendship. He decides the plan now will be to follow the two friends, since they lost the Harris out of sight in the middle of all the crowd. The mafioso fixes his coat and gives the departure order, starting the chase against the romance spy duo. At the entrance of the beautiful aquarium, the couple finally arrives and is amazed by the imposing facade of the large venue. Ryuji calls his girlfriend to go inside, but two bruised kendo guys watch from afar with very angry faces. They glare at each other, quite surprised and irritated to notice the presence of the young blonde hanging out peacefully there. One of them points with hatred and asks if that guy walking right in front of them isn't actually Sakamoto. He complains that, because of the blonde, they were banned from kendo, and thinks it's absurd that he is enjoying a date right now. With a totally insane and vengeful look, the punk in the neck brace promises that this time he is going to finish him off for good. Yoo-sung shares that he and Rika followed the boyfriend and girlfriend all the way inside the giant and pretty city aquarium. He explains that the dark lighting of the place made it hard to see, but the two looked like they were having a lot of fun. However, from afar, the guy manages to notice with total clarity a very important detail about their situation. He notices that the two of them's date was going much better, and more naturally than he had planned. The young man starts wondering if there is really still a true need to keep spying on the couple up close. Later on, in a nice city park, people enjoy the sunny day having picnics on the green lawn. The blonde is dazzled upon opening Karen's lunchbox stuffed with delicious kimbaps, and such is prepared by the redhead. Meanwhile, on the bench, Rika devours a giant feast made by Yusung, who prepared everything for them to eat well while keeping watch. The blonde savors the food with her eyes closed, loving the seasoning while agreeing to keep an eye on the friends from there. On the lawn, Ryuji praises the aquarium trip, and Karen timidly agrees as the two get ready to have lunch. Suddenly, the redhead gets extremely tense and trembling with nerves as she suggests finally starting to eat her bento. The guy notices her desperation and thinks it's normal to get nervous when serving food to the person you love for the first time. He remembers that the girl asked for his advice and practiced the recipe nonstop day and night over the past 3 days. Ryuji opens the lunchbox shining with happiness, praising the perfect look of the dishes she cooked herself. Karen timidly asks him to eat as much as he wants, and the blonde starts, excited, trying the rice balls first. He takes the first bite of the rice ball, while the young redhead stares at him very anxiously and sweating coldly at his reaction. The guy breaks into a big smile, praising the taste, and Karen celebrates with stars in her eyes from so much happiness with that. Excited, she uses the chopsticks to feed the blonde, leaving the guy totally surprised by that attitude. The young lady soon notices the boldness of her direct gesture and goes completely quiet with her face red with embarrassment. Ryuji eats the offered piece with a big, friendly smile and asks the young lady what she thought of the dish's taste. The blonde praises the food, saying it is delicious, and the redhead sighs in relief and is very happy for having pleased the guy. The guy decides to feed Rika with the chopsticks so she can eat too, and the blonde happily accepts with puffed cheeks. Ryuji smiles while feeding the flushed Karen a piece of food from his lunchbox. The blonde smiles back at her, calmly saying that he is feeling very good right now. Karen turns extremely red with embarrassment upon realizing how great the food tastes. Hidden behind the tree, Rika and Yusung watch the couple, thinking things are way too easy. Rika says, all flushed, that she would love to have a date like that, and Yusung gets a huge shock at the remark. The guy stares at her seriously, remembering that she always proclaimed herself a great expert in love. She confesses, laughing, that she has never dated and learned everything from manga, leaving the guy in complete shock. Yusung says the couple is already leaving, and Rika swears that she has actually helped many friends with love before. The young man keeps walking without listening while she runs after him, complaining about being ignored like that. Oblivious to everything, the two sweethearts keep walking and talking happily through the calm park. Watching from afar, Rika wonders if it hasn't already passed the time for a love confession to happen there. Suddenly, a very loud noise startles the two spies who were focused on the couple's conversation. 2 delinquents show up, blocking the path, and putting the boyfriend-girlfriend on total alert. The thugs smile mockingly, saying they had been looking for the young blonde for quite a while. They accuse him of stealing the previous girl and of already dating a new girlfriend now. Rika suggests calling the police, but Yusung prefers to wait, knowing he can handle the fight himself. Ryuji confronts the two, irritated, while they mock, saying they are going to end up getting beaten up by him again. Yusung watches the duo from afar and soon remembers that they were kicked out of the kendo club before. He recalls that the delinquents were defeated by the blonde hero when they tried to attack Akushi. The guys shout, irritated for having been banned and having lost the chance to see their beloved captain. Karen hears all that nonsensical shouting and starts trembling with pure anger at the two's foolishness. The redhead points her finger furiously, saying that their attitude is the real reason they were kicked out of there. The delinquents get startled upon realizing that pretty girl is actually their senior Tojo. They mock her neat look, asking if she is really on a date with that loser. The guys say the two make a horrible pair and keep provoking the redhead in a cruel way. Ryuji steps in front, irritated, demanding that they shut their mouths and not talk about his companion like that. A huge blonde guy pops up from behind them, laughing and asking if Ryuji really wants to play the hero. The delinquents celebrate the arrival of their leader, shouting that they finally got some major backup. The long-haired man smiles, saying he finally found who dared to mess with his boys. The guys praise leader Hayashi, sharing that he is a legend of that region's street fights. Ryuji tells Karen to run away, but she refuses to leave him alone in front of such danger there. The leader smiles mockingly and tells the two to stop acting so silly in front of him right now. In a fast and crude movement, the man grabs Karen's arm in a totally unexpected way. The redhead screams, scared, while the leader suggests that she ditch the loser to have fun with him. Ryuji tries to move to help, but is stopped by the giant blonde who pushes him with a lot of force. The blonde manages to land a direct punch right on the opponent's face, sending him far away with the blow. Seeing the situation getting serious, Yusung decides to act and asks Rika to wait hidden there in the bushes. Karen screams, terrified, as she gets grabbed from behind by surprise by the villain who got back on his feet fast. The villain says he is going to take the girl away while Ryuji, fallen on the ground, tries to catch his breath. The giant promises to give the redhead lots of love, but feels a huge shadow loom right behind him there. The villain turns around, startled, and comes face to face with the intimidating and giant presence of Yusung standing there. The hero grabs the villain's hand with so much force that the man starts yelling in pure pain from the grip. With a simple and crude movement, he throws the enemy leader far away, leaving the allies in a panic. With a deadly look, the protagonist seriously warns the man to keep his hands away from his friend. Fallen on the ground, the man yells, not understanding where that young man with such destructive power came from. He gets up furiously, shouting that the attack was cowardly, and challenges the guy to a real fight. The villain tries to stare him down, but backs away in a cold sweat before the crushing power radiating from Yusung's entire body. He tries to calm down, thinking he was caught by surprise, and that the giant guy is just an ordinary citizen. Meanwhile, Karen's dad in sunglasses and disguised walks thoughtfully with his thugs. Just before that, the boss's secretary was running, desperately trying to figure out where the kids went. The secretary fixes his glasses and yells, warning his boss that the couple just vanished from sight nearby. Meanwhile, Karen tries to break free in every way while the delinquent leader holds her by the arm, laughing at her. Karen's dad and his gang show up running furiously upon, seeing the villain holding his dear Harris's wrist. One of the mafiosos asks if they should grab weapons to fight, but the boss tells the group to hold back for a bit there. The mafia leader says they don't need to interfere in a kid fight upon noticing Yusung standing before the enemy. He asks his men to look closely at the back of the boy, who starts radiating a very powerful energy. The boss feels a scary pressure coming from the guy's clenched fists and starts sweating coldly at that scene. He trembles upon realizing that he has felt all that immense and suffocating murderous intent at some point in the past. The mafioso remembers Ivan the Destroyer, the dreaded and dangerous supreme leader of the entire Russian Red Mafia. He recalls that he felt this exact same overwhelming fear when he met the Russian boss face to face in Japan. The Yakuza leader is in shock to see a mere student radiate the aura of a legendary underworld monster. He finds it fascinating that the same mafia darkness is coming from an ordinary youth named Kim Yusum. The protagonist decides to ditch the manga's original script once, and for all to protect his friends there. With a gloomy look, he walks toward the villain, determined to clean up all that trash from his path right now. Yusong tells Karen to take Ryuji far away from there safely, warning that he himself will take care of the rest of the fight. Karen hesitates, worried, but the blonde hero insists, saying he doesn't usually lose to weak guys like those. The delinquent gets furious at being ignored and charges into the attack, roaring with anger against the giant protagonist. The villain deals an absurd sequence of fast punches that hit the guy's body with extreme force and impact. The thugs celebrate the speed of the boss's blows, saying they can barely see the movement of his fists. The leader brags, laughing out loud, thinking the giant guy couldn't even dodge his sequence of attacks. But everyone panics upon seeing that Yusong is still standing, totally intact and showing no pain at all there. Irritated, the delinquent prepares another punch with all his might. Determined to take the guy down once and for all, the blow lands right on the giant protagonist's face, generating a loud impact snap that echoes through the park. Rika watches everything hidden in the bushes and screams, desperate with worry upon seeing her friend get hit by the blow. Karen screams Yusung's name, scared, while the blonde hero watches the scene totally paralyzed with surprise. The giant guy doesn't even move from the punch, leaving the attacker trembling with fear before such resistance. With a deadly look, the protagonist calmly warns that from now on things count purely as self-defense. The villain stutters, terrified, as he sees the guy's immense fist approach at high speed directly toward his face. Yusong deals a devastating punch that hits the criminal leader's face with a simply absurd and violent force. He smashes the opponent's face, reflecting that the self-defense law allows only a single response blow there. The villain is thrown far away, totally knocked out, leaving his thugs desperate and yelling for the boss. The guy thinks any extra punch would be considered assault, and that's why he concentrated all his power into that blow. He looks at the past, out adversary, and comments with boredom that the fight was much easier than he imagined. With a scary fury in his look, the giant youth warns that anyone who messes with his friends must pay a very high price. The delinquent tries to threaten, saying his dad is a big police chief, but the guy just mocks his cowardice. Yusung grips the thug's head hard, guaranteeing that he is going to fix that rotten mind of his once and for all. The guy uses his crushing grip, making the delinquents cry and beg for their lives from so much pain on the ground. He throws the two to the ground next to the passed-out leader, and the thugs start yelling in desperation and agony there. The thugs bow their heads to the ground, begging for forgiveness, and crying desperately for the guy to spare their lives. The protagonist tells them to get lost from there, and warns never to show up in front of Tojo or Sakamoto ever again. The delinquents run away crying with panic, while Rika finally steps out of the bushes and runs toward her friend. The guy runs his hand over his head, suggesting they leave, but the blonde stares at him with an extremely serious and irritated look. He tries to play down the cut on his cheek, but she yells furiously, ordering the two of them to go straight to the pharmacy right now. The young man accepts, scared, thinking that that is by far the first time he sees his blonde friend that angry. Later on, they spot Ryuji and Karen sitting on a bench, talking in a mood that looks quite calm and intimate. Rika notices the romantic atmosphere of the couple, and the guy with a bandage on his cheek suggests giving the two some alone time. On the bench, the redhead offers sincere apologies, crying because she thinks the blonde ended up getting beaten up purely because of her problems. Ryuji calms her down with a sweet look, saying it wasn't her fault since those delinquents had wanted to get him from the start. A timid silence settles between the two until the redhead builds up the courage and decides to call the blonde guy by his name. With her face completely red and eyes shining, Karen finally confesses her love and says she likes Sakamoto. Ryuji is extremely surprised and flushed upon hearing his classmate's sudden and emotional confession. Karen keeps holding the blonde's hand firmly on the park bench while begging him to accept her invitation. The redhead shed sincere tears, sweetly saying that she really wants to start dating the young man for real. Ryuji lowers his head with a rather sad and awkward expression for not knowing how to reply to that on the spot. The young blonde offers sincere apologies, revealing that unfortunately he cannot give the answer the girl wants so badly. The guy explains that she is too good for him, but unfortunately he carries his own past secrets there. He reveals that when he was just a child, he made a marriage promise to a very special girl in his life. Ryuji explains with discouragement that he promised to keep his feelings until he managed to meet that girl again in the future. The blonde makes it clear that he has no plans to date anyone right now, and the redhead is completely in shock at the revelation. Karen stares at the guy with eyes full of tears, feeling her heart break entirely with that rejection. He confesses that he cried a lot on the day she left, proving how much he liked that mysterious childhood friend. The redhead lowers her head, desolate, upon confirming that girl from the past was indeed the blonde's first great love. Karen stands up faking calm, and says that if that is his decision, she will accept it and give up trying to win him over from there. She forces a pretty goodbye smile, wishing a good weekend and waving while trying not to cry in front of him. The golden-haired guy just waves back with an apologetic look, unable to say anything else to the young lady. Karen runs off from there crying desperately, while the blonde stays on the bench watching the girl's sad departure. Hidden in the bushes, Rika cries, very emotional over the rejection, and Yusung asks her to head home ahead without him. The blonde is surprised by her friend's sudden decision, and he says goodbye, saying the two will see each other at school next week. Rika lets out a long sigh and watches the guy's back with a rather thoughtful and worried expression in the middle of the park. She wonders why he is acting that so suddenly and notices that her friend actually looked very sad on the inside. Karen cries, curled up in an isolated corner of the park, when suddenly a pair of shoes pops up right in front of her on the sidewalk. Yusong approaches with a calm and gentle look, softly asking if his red-headed friend is really okay there. The young redhead Tojo looks up with red eyes full of tears, shedding all her suffering from the rejection. She replies, crying that obviously she is not okay, and the protagonist scratches his head, sitting next to her to offer support. The guy wipes her face with a handkerchief in a very caring way, asking her to calm down and breathe deeply there. Tojo vents, saying that is very embarrassing because she has never in her life cried in front of another person before the guy. The youth says it's okay because the two of them are true friends, and the redhead gets thoughtful upon hearing that sweet word from him. Karen confesses out of the blue that she already knew he and Rika were following the couple, leaving the guy totally in shock at the remark. The protagonist sweats nervously upon realizing that his manga spy tactic failed badly, and the two were caught. She smiles, saying she was happy to see that the friends who trained her were so worried about the success of her date. Karen cries again, apologizing for her failure, and laments for not having managed to win over Sakamoto's heart. She realized there was never really any space for her to enter his life because of that old promise from the blonde. The redhead clutches her chest, crying out loud and saying that the pain of losing her first love is so strong she might go crazy. The black-haired youth watches all that pain in silence, feeling the sincere and deep suffering radiating from his friend. The girl cries desperately, clutching her own shirt and shouting out loud how much she truly loved the young blonde. Yusung reflects thoughtfully that the very beginning he viewed that redhead just like another simple manga character. He remembers he used to act the same distant way with Rika, always keeping a fake and friendly smile to avoid closeness. He confesses to himself that he drew a clear line in his heart because he thought everyone there was just mere drawings. But upon seeing the redhead suffer so much, he realizes it's impossible to treat someone with such real feelings as a mere character. The protagonist stands up with determination and holds out his hand, asking with a firm tone of voice for the redhead to get up from there. He jokes, saying that if she stays down, people are going to call the police. And the redhead gets confused by that joke of his. Karen lets out a corner of the mouth laugh, forgetting for a brief moment all the deep sadness she felt in her chest. She finds it funny and asks if that's really the best thing to say right now, while the guy replies that he prefers to see her laugh like that. The youth suddenly takes off his dark blue coat, leaving the red-headed girl totally startled and flushed with his attitude. She asks where they are going, and the protagonist hands over his coat, asking his friend to put the warm clothing on soon. He warns that the two of them are heading straight to a karaoke joint, and the redhead is very surprised, not understanding her friend's sudden decision. The guy adjusts the hood on Karen's head and affectionately says she is going to go in there to yell and shake off all her bad luck from today. The young redhead tries to protest, embarrassed, while she follows the huge guy who starts running, pulling her gently by the hand. Karen smiles from ear to ear under that huge coat, thinking about how her giant friend manages to be so random. Yu Song runs happily hand in hand with the young woman, realizing that the people in that world are indeed just as real as he is. Karen smiles in a pure and sweet way, realizing that true friends have real and deep feelings for her. Spying from afar, Tojo cries with emotion and takes a sip, giving thanks that his beloved daughter has a friend as good as him. The mafia leader watches the two walk away, commenting that pure kids like that are extremely rare in the world today. The man smiles behind his sunglasses, wondering if that giant guy isn't actually someone very special. The Yakuza boss truly hopes to manage to cross paths with that golden youth again on some occasion. Already at the karaoke joint, the redhead sings excitedly, urging Yu-sung to belt it out too, while the guy gets a funeral face. She warns that the next song will be his, leaving the giant protagonist completely traumatized by that commotion. The following week, Rika invades Yu-sung's bedroom, marveling at what an ordinary guy's personal space looks like. The blonde asks, startled, if all men keep so many heavy workout weights inside their own bedrooms. The young lady walks curiously toward the floor and spots a pair of black iron dumbbells of a rather intimidating size. She tries to lift the weight, making an effort grimace while the guy panics, asking her to be careful there. Yu-sung warns that the dumbbells weigh half of what she does and wonders how he ended up with that blonde girl inside his bedroom. He remembers that it all started normally when the just walking together after school classes let out. Suddenly, Rika's stomach growls extremely loud, interrupting the two friends' conversation midway. The protagonist asks, surprised, if she is hungry, and the girl turns red with embarrassment at that awkward noise. He suggests dropping by his family's restaurant to eat, and she gets excited, remembering that his parents cook well. The guy agrees to give a free meal to his friend, thinking that a simple plate of food won't be missed at all there. They arrive at the nice and traditional barbecue restaurant of the guy's family to enjoy the end of that afternoon. Rika devours the food like a true starving monster, while the guy watches her, sweating nervously at her massive hunger. The girl lets out a sigh of total happiness after finishing drinking her soda, showing that she loved that food way too much. She compliments the guy's mom in a very cute and friendly way, leaving the restaurant owner extremely happy with the words. Rika thanks her, laughing, while the cook affectionately says she can prepare even more dishes if the blonde is still hungry. The guy drinks water happily upon noticing that his mom loved the blonde girl's friendliness, who actually knows how to appreciate typical cooking. Rika gives a hard slap on Yu-sung's back, telling them to go already, which makes the youth spit out all his water in shock from the blow. The protagonist wipes his mouth, surprised and scared, asking where that crazy young lady wants to go so suddenly. With a mischievous wink and a pretty smile, she reveals, all excited, that the goal is finally to check out his bedroom. The youth goes up the stairs bringing juice and sighs, thinking he was silly to believe nothing weird would happen at his house. He opens the bedroom door, saying the two can drink while they chat, but is interrupted upon seeing what she is doing. Rika is already sitting in the chair reading one of the romance mangas the guy bought in the past, just to use as reference. She comments, laughing, that she didn't know her friend liked that kind of reading, and the guy sweats nervously, trying to make up an excuse. The blonde says she was just teasing him because she knows perfectly well that his real favorite style is shounen. She points, all curious, at a collection of gold books on the bookshelf, asking if the guy really likes that work. Yusung breaks into a big proud smile, confirming it's his favorite series of all, and she celebrates, saying she loves it a lot too. He reveals he always rereads the work from the start, and the blonde is amazed to notice that his volumes are first editions. The guy praises the story, saying it's a masterpiece of dazzling art, and that it has a memorable ending that he loves. The young blonde listens to that flood of praise with shining eyes and an extremely radiant and happy smile up close. The protagonist keeps praising the work's excellent psychological direction, commenting that he has never seen anyone love that book so much. The girl laughs happily, saying her dad is going to be immensely happy to know that. Leaving the guy quite confused, she shares, all smiling, that her dad is actually a professional manga artist, and that he was the official creator of that famous saga. The protagonist is completely paralyzed in shock upon discovering that his friend is the heir to Japan's greatest author. He starts putting the pieces together, remembering that Rika's last name is identical, and that her hair has a very familiar blonde tone. The guy remembers rumors that the famous author's wife was a foreigner, grasping his classmate's beauty right away. Yusung gets shocked at himself for not noticing this classic cliché sooner, even after having already visited her mansion. The youth grabs her by the shoulders, shouting desperately if he could get an autograph from her dad during the upcoming vacation. Rika laughs at the guy's exaggerated reaction, promising that she will make sure to introduce him personally to her dad on the big day. After calming down, the guy asks a question, confessing he is quite curious about a detail of that worker he loves so much. He asks the reason why that specific manga is Rika's favorite, since her dad has dozens of other hits. She confesses she likes all of them, but the Golden Samurai's story ended up truly winning her heart lately. The young lady smiles sweetly and starts giving details about the 5th volume of the story, explaining the reason for her affection for the work. Rika shares that the hero's journey, who always puts his precious friend's safety first, moves her a lot. Rika remembers the guy's fury when he told the delinquent to get his dirty hands off his dear friend Tojo. She thinks he manages to be extremely strong, and at the same time very kind to everyone around him for real. The girl hugs her dad's manga book, smiling upon noticing how much the youth looks like the hero of her story. The next day at school, things are normal while the sun shines brightly, lighting up the entire schoolyard. The black-haired guy walks toward the student council room, thinking about plans for Golden Week. The council president stares at him seriously, remembering that the guy promised to really help her when the vacation arrived. She explains that the school is going to receive exchange students from a Russian institution right after Golden Week ends. Kumiko reveals she wants to prepare a special welcome gift and asks the youth's help to select the item. The council president breaks into a huge smile, confirming that the guy understood her request for help perfectly. Yusung agrees to help and proposes setting it for the 29th, thinking he has no choice but to agree with her. Kumiko opens her fan, laughing out loud, and warns that she will never forgive him if he dares break the promise of their date. The president dismisses the other students with lots of cheer, and the guy notices she got in a good mood very quickly. The protagonist walks out of the room, sighing, and decides to ask Rika if the two can change their plans to the 30th. His classmate approaches, excited, as if he has already heard about the big news running through the school. The friend talks about the first-year delinquents who used to cause trouble in kendo before getting fairly expelled. He reveals that the two troublemakers decided to request a school transfer at the same time, leaving everyone intrigued over there. Yu-sung just gives a corner of the mouth smile, calmly commenting that they must have their own reasons for vanishing like that. He thinks with satisfaction that at least the troublemakers won't bother his friends anymore. And the English class starts suddenly. The new and pretty teacher walks into the room, complaining, laughing about the short delay she had right on the first Monday class. She asks all students to head to their seats quickly and open their English books once. And for all right there, the teacher writes an English question on the chalkboard about the value difference between the fruits presented there. As the explanation moves forward, the blonde Rika pokes Yusun's back in a humorous way to grab his attention. Young teacher Mizuki Nana smiles, leafing through her English book, and decides to draw a class roll call number. She picks number 24, and Yusung's classmate starts sweating nervously, dreading having to read the hard text. But the teacher asks whoever is sitting right behind that number to do the reading, which leaves Yusung quite surprised. The protagonist stands up with the book and does the reading flawlessly, leaving the new teacher quite impressed. She asks with a friendly smile what the best recommendation for an answer would be to that question he read in the book. Yusung answers fluidly, recommending the city of Osaka and citing the tourism riches of Kyoto and Nara in Japan. The teacher gets a rather frozen expression, and the guy notices her weird reaction without understanding the reason for that. She plays it off by clapping and praising the answer, while Rika and the other students celebrate the classmate's success. He sits down, confused, noticing that she seemed not to have liked his perfect answer, and feels there is something very wrong there. Rika praises her friend, whispering happily, and the teacher watches the two with a face of quite a lot of desperation and worry. The woman goes back to writing on the chalkboard in a rush, trying to hide the nervousness she feels facing the imposing giant student. Yusung notices her behavior and finally realizes that the English teacher is acting very strangely. He concludes, sighing, that educator Mizuki actually seems to be scared to death of his intimidating presence in the class. Walking down the hallway, he remembers the bizarre rumors that he would be a mafia hair and laments that people think that. The youth passes by classmates who whisper, scared, and realizes the gang fight rumors left everyone terrified there. He decides to head to the teacher's room and promises to act as normally as possible to avoid any misunderstandings. In the room, teacher Nane reads his flawless file, unable to believe an exemplary student could have bad connections. She gets terrified, thinking whether he might not be in hair trained to kill her if she irritates him during school classes. The woman hears heavy footsteps approaching and freezes completely upon noticing the door is about to open at that instant. The giant guy opens the door, introducing himself politely, but to her, his presence feels like that of a scary monster. She stands up, startled, shouting that she is not nervous, and the guy realizes right away that the poor thing is terrified of him. The protagonist stares at her seriously while she trembles, finding his look extremely dangerous and threatening up close in the room. He calmly explains that he came to the room just to carry out the career counseling session she asked for. Teacher Nana forces a terrified, trembling smile and hurriedly asks the giant guy to sit down in front of her desk there. She asks nervously if the youth been thinking about the career plans he wants to pursue in his future. He says he isn't sure yet, and the woman asks, scared, if his plan wouldn't be to take over his family's business. She pictures the guy as a terrible mafia leader and stutters, terrified with the certainty that his family is Yakuza. Yusong stares at her, confused, and clears up the whole misunderstanding by calmly explaining that his parents just run a restaurant. Mizuki asks with surprise about the restaurant, and Yusong calmly questions if there is any problem with that. She says she would love to visit the place, and the young man is relieved to see that the misunderstanding has finally passed. Mizuki asks which subjects he is most confident in, and Yusong immediately replies that they are math and science. She suggests a career in the STEM field, but he thinks that choosing something just because it comes easy is foolish. The teacher stares at the young man, totally surprised and speechless at his very mature answer. Protagonist states with total conviction that he only wants to work with what he truly wants to do. She agrees that talent and love are different things, while he swears that he will never go near engineering again. Mizuki confesses that she did not plan on being a teacher, and he asks what she originally wanted to be. The woman says with embarrassment that it is a bit awkward, and makes the young man promise not to laugh at her. With a lovely smile on her face, she reveals that her big dream in the past was to become a voice actress. She recalls that back in middle school, she fell head over heels in love with a robot anime character. The young woman shares that when she revealed her desire at school, her teacher said that hobbies could be left for later. The counselor suggested that she focus first on getting a much more stable job for her life. She followed the advice thinking it was the right thing to do, but regretted it bitterly as soon as she entered college. Upon seeing an event poster featuring a famous voice actress, she realized the magnitude of the mistake she had made. The woman layman's having decided the entire course of her own future, based solely on someone else's advice. She affectionately asks the young man to think very carefully before making any decisions about his future. Mizuki reinforces that this is just advice from an older person who has been through that exact same thing. The beautiful teacher smiles warmly, asking if the young man managed to understand her advice. Yusong bows politely, immensely thanking her for her words and great advice. Another teacher approaches curiously, asking if that is the famous Yusong, heir to the feared Yakuza. He comments on the rumors of the young man having defeated a gang, but Mizuki immediately denies everything. She explains seriously that all these rumors are pure misunderstandings and begins to defend her student. The teacher states with absolute certainty that the young man is actually an extremely thoughtful student. She promises not to judge anyone by their appearances anymore, while her colleague awkwardly tries to brush it off. Golden Week vacation finally begins in front of a very beautiful traditional temple in Tokyo. Yusong looks at his cell phone and calmly realizes that he ended up arriving quite early at the location. The young man looks to the side and spots the lovely President Kumiko walking calmly near the temple. Kumiko points her finger dramatically, accusing the young man of being completely late for the meeting. The girl shouts angrily, asking if he has any real idea what time it is at that exact moment. She continues scolding the young man while pointing her finger with a very demanding expression. He shows that there are 10 minutes left until the scheduled time, but she states that a gentleman should arrive half an hour early. Yusong apologizes awkwardly, and the girl decides to forgive the young man just this once under one condition. She demands that he buy a delicious matcha ice cream from that famous shop right there in front of them. The young man gets quite confused by the sudden demand, making the president even more irritated. Suddenly, a hard blow hits the young man's head, making a quite funny sound on the spot. With a bump on his head, the young man agrees to pay for the treat, while Kumiko smiles victoriously beside him. She enjoys the matcha ice cream with great joy, and the young man is happy to see that she liked the treat. He asks where they are going to buy the exchange student gift, and she reacts with an embarrassed click of her tongue. She pretends she remembered everything, telling him to follow her. But he realizes she completely forgot. Suddenly, a mysterious voice pops up in the young heiress's earpiece, grabbing her attention. The voice informs her about a handicraft shop nearby, suggesting she take the young man there to choose. The woman in the car tells her to act naturally and try to use a little more of her feminine charm. Kumiko's two family employees are on a secret espionage mission to help with the date. Kumiko and Yusing stopped in front of a very beautiful and majestic golden Buddha statue inside the shop. She suggests taking the huge Buddha statue as a welcome gift, making the clerk very excited. Kumiko brags about her good taste, but the young man nearly faints upon seeing the absurd price tag on that statue. The president continues praising the expensive items, while the young man thinks desperately that she did not do anything special. The earpiece warns that this is no time to joke, and Kumiko feels a sudden chill run through her body. The young heiress whispers discreetly, telling her employee to speak much lower over the radio. Manami warns that she is there for a date and not for sightseeing, asking her to look back. She warns over the radio that Yu-sang is looking at his phone and that the target is fully visible. The employee says that rule number 1 is not to let your partner get bored, and Kumiko accepts irritably. The girl admits mentally that she forgot everything, while the young man notices her strange reaction. She says she remembered something urgent and pulls the young man along, leaving the shop owner desperate about the products. The young man walks right behind her and asks with great concern if the president is really okay. He touches Kumiko's shoulder asking if there was any problem, but she gets startled by the sudden touch. She brushes it off, saying she just felt a slight dizziness, and suggests heading to their next destination right away. The employee praises the disguise and tells the young lady to go to a traditional shop to look at some kimonos. They arrive at the traditional establishment, and Kumiko promptly asks his opinion on a beautiful model. The clerk shows the item, commenting that the exchange student would certainly love to receive that. The young man asks what the president thought, but she seems quite thoughtful, observing the shop's options. Kumiko says the price does not matter and demands that they show the best and most valuable piece in the entire establishment. Facing such ostentation, the shop owner breaks into a greedy smile, determined to make a huge profit off the two of them. The woman presents a rare $500,000 kimono, leaving the young man completely sweating from nervousness. The president thinks the price is reasonable and asks to see other models, sending her companion into a panic. Several other models are shown, but the girl rejects them one by one, claiming they are not her style. Time flies by quickly while the search for the perfect traditional clothing piece continues inside the shop. She is undecided between two wonderful options, while the saleswoman prepares to offer a suggestion. The clerk suggests that Kumiko try on both outfits to help make an easier decision. The saleswoman calls the young man by name, suggesting that the young lady try on the clothes, and he agrees with the idea. The woman guides the president toward the fitting room, while the young man observes the scene from outside the room. In the dressing room, the fake saleswoman removes her disguise mask, revealing her true identity there. Kumiko gets terribly startled upon realizing that the shop clerk was actually her loyal housekeeper Manami. The president does not understand anything, and Manami proudly recalls that she would do anything to support her mistress. She reveals that she used her incredible ninja skills to get the owner to lend her the place. The girl realizes that everything was a plan to help her show off all her beauty to the young man outside. The housekeeper hurriedly pulls her mistress in to dress her while the young lady complains that she is not mentally prepared. Outside, the protagonist hears some strange noises and starts thinking that the outfit change is taking too long. Suddenly, the wooden door of the fitting room finally opens, catching the attention of the young man waiting there. The girl steps out of the fitting room, revealing a very beautiful red flower accessory decorating her long hair. The young man is completely paralyzed and blushes, while looking directly at the young lady's incredible transformation. Kumiko emerges wearing a stunning black kimono with floral prints and asks timidly if it looks good on her. The two stare at each other in complete silence, while an atmosphere of extreme shyness takes over the entire environment. The young man tries to find the right words to answer the question while his face turns red. With all his sincerity, the young man says she looks simply stunning, and the president is surprised. He smiles and adds that beautiful traditional outfit really matched her perfectly. Kumiko opens her fan and laughs proudly, while the young man happily repeats that she looks wonderful today. Excited by the compliments, she runs back to try on the other model, asking him to wait a little longer. The door closes again, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts, while he awaits her return. Inside the fitting room, the young lady puts her hands on her cheeks, which are extremely red with embarrassment after hearing the compliments. She hides her face in her hands, unable to contain the immense happiness she is feeling at that moment. Back on the street, the people around cannot take their eyes off them upon noticing the young lady's striking beauty, now wearing her normal clothes. She walks alongside her friend, but still feels a little embarrassed by the stares. She reflects thoughtfully that the train ride together was amazing and notices they have arrived at the famous Nakano Broadway. He suggests having lunch, but she already offers to call a private car, showing her absurd financial level. She says they are drawing too much attention and suggests moving fast, while they hear a camera click. The young man finds the sound strange and looks back, spotting two men in suits who seem to be watching the area. Kumiko dismisses it, saying it was just a couple taking a picture. But the spies in dark glasses are sweating cold with fear. The president calls the young man to continue their walk, while the spies keep taking pictures from afar. Shinjiro complains, scared that they almost got caught. But Manami warns that she told him not to get so close. He says he needs to take perfect pictures for the report and complains that Yu-song is very lucky to be loved. Manami warns that he must not let this hatred show in front of Kumiko, and the young man agrees in silence. The sound of the doorbell announces that they are finally entering the traditional ramen restaurant. The young man introduces the restaurant, saying that is his favorite place to eat a good bowl of ramen. He asks her to choose the menu calmly, warning that he will just use the restroom quickly right at that moment. Suddenly, the young spy's belly starts rumbling very loudly, making him groan with quite a bit of pain out on the street. Manami asks worriedly what happened, and the colleague responds in pain, saying his stomach started hurting. He blames the ice cream he ate earlier, while the female colleague tells him to hang in there until the mistress finishes eating. The young man apologizes, saying he cannot hold it anymore, and runs off, leaving his companion annoyed. Already inside the restroom, the young spy lets out a long sigh of relief for having managed to arrive in time. But upon opening the door, he runs right into Yu-sung, leaving the protagonist completely surprised by the encounter. The young man points his finger, shouting the protagonist's name, who soon recognizes him as the school vice president. Outside, Kumiko smiles happily, thinking her companion has finally returned from the restroom. She is totally in shock upon seeing the young man return, bringing along her two disguised employees. The protagonist explains that he ended up bumping into the vice president by chance while walking around the area with Manami. He shares cutely that he is very grateful to his colleague and decided to invite him to eat with them right there. Kumiko stutters, sweating cold, not understanding why her employees ruined her dating plan. The young man celebrates the unexpected student council gathering and invites the two to come right into the restaurant. The young president grows desperate, thinking about the fate of her romantic date, which is now ruined. Manami whispers an apology for her brother's mistake, and the mistress orders everyone to act naturally at the table. An extremely hot and steaming bowl of ramen is served at the table under the watchful eyes of the whole group. Kumiko observes the dish closely with a very curious and thoughtful expression about that simple food. Yusung asks in surprise if this is her first time eating ramen, and the girl admits she only ever saw it on television. The young man thinks she is a spoiled lady, but the employees know she secretly eats instant ramen at home all the time. The vice president asks anxiously if the taste of the food pleased his beloved mistress's refined palate. After taking her first bite, the young heiress breaks into a radiant smile, confessing that the dish is delicious. Yusung smiles in relief, saying he is very glad to know his friend liked the taste of that food. The hero tells her to eat everything, but the vice president tries to eat the leftovers and gets a scolding from his sister. Right after the meal, the four decide to continue the outing together and step into a bustling arcade. The claw of the plush machine slips off a muscular rabbit, causing the girls to cry out in disappointment. Kumiko laments almost managing to grab the toy, and the vice president promises to win the challenge for her. On another game screen, a big victory is announced with much celebration and loud mocking laughter. The vice president celebrates his victory in the fighting game, provoking the Korean young man with plenty of mockery. With burning eyes, the protagonist gets extremely furious upon noticing the provocation and decides to crush him. The vice president smiles wickedly, thinking about how he will make the young man pay for being so close to Kumiko. He warns that there are still tokens left in the machine and challenges the rival to come at him with everything for a new match. On the screen, another major defeat happens in a humiliating way, leaving the young challenger completely perplexed. The vice president screams desperately at the defeat, while the protagonist mocks his provocations. Completely humiliated and sweating cold with anger, the vice president decides to move on to another type of challenge. He shouts the protagonist's name in an intimidating way, and the young man turns around, facing him with total calmness. The vice president points to the back of the arcade, deciding to settle their differences at the famous punch machine. The hero questions the idea, but the rival claims that real men must test their real physical strength right there. He begins to open his own shirt, claiming he has a great physical secret hidden from the others. The young man reveals an extremely defined and muscular body, leaving the protagonist completely shocked. The rival laughs proudly, while the protagonist tries to figure out how he managed to hide so much muscle. In the corner, Manami hits her own head out of sheer embarrassment at her muscular brother's silly attitude. He celebrates, saying the rival accepted the grand combat, but Yusung states he never agreed to that. The rival lowers his dark glasses and provokes, asking if the young man by any chance was scared of the challenge. With a defiant look, he says he will feel very disappointed if the protagonist decides to run away from the fight. With a defiant pose, the rival claims he did not think the protagonist would be the type to run away from a fight. He demands that Yusung watch his punch carefully, guaranteeing he will demonstrate incredible power up close. With a war cry, the muscular young man prepares his attack, landing a punch against the arcade machine. His fist hits the target with extreme precision and speed, generating a strong impact throughout the establishment. The machine registers an impressive 960 points, which is the new historic record of the place. He points mockingly, saying it is now the protagonist's turn, while the crowd cheers all around. Kumiko says she is very curious to see the young man's full strength and promises to pay if the machine breaks on the spot. The hero tries to refuse, but faced with so much cheering from his friends, he ends up caving and accepting the strength contest. He cracks his knuckles quite worriedly, thinking about how he ended up right in the middle of that silly mess. The protagonist reflects thoughtfully that the score does not matter, and that the real danger lies in something else. He knows very well that he has a body with comedic strength that guarantees an absurdly strong physical energy. He fears that by throwing a serious punch, he will end up completely destroying the establishment's arcade machine. With no alternative, the young man decides to use all his power, fixing his gaze on the machine with flames in his eyes. He prepares to deliver the attack, thinking of breaking the machine with a simply spectacular punch. The young man delivers a crushing blow, releasing an extremely strong gust of wind all over the room. The vice president watches that incredible display of strength with an expression of total astonishment on his face. Manami screams desperately, revealing that the young man ended up denting the iron structure instead of hitting the target. The machine fails to register the score and marks 0 points, leaving Kumiko completely slack-jawed. The spies complain about the young man's lack of focus, while he pretends to be quite awkward and regretful there. He is relieved for not having broken the whole machine and decides just pretend he got too excited with the punch. However, the young man notices something strange about the target and observes it closely with a very worried face. Suddenly, the punching pad detaches entirely from the iron structure, falling heavily straight to the ground. Everyone stands in complete silence, observing the destroyed toy that ended up breaking from the impact of the punch. Sweating nervously, the vice president adjusts his glasses and suggests considering the combat a fair tie. He promises to win easily on the next opportunity. The protagonist is happy to have gotten past that. After the big commotion in the arcade, the group decides to step into a photo booth to have more fun. Yusung suggests they take some pictures together as a special souvenir of that fun day among them. Kumiko is quite surprised by the idea, but her housekeeper Manami gets very excited about the young man's invitation. He calls everyone to step into the photo booth, and the four begin positioning themselves right in front of the camera. The camera goes click, capturing a lovely moment of fun and smiles with everyone gathered close together in the small space. The sticker sheet reveals extremely funny photos of them wearing funny glasses and rabbit ears. Manami loves the result of the pictures, but her brother complains angrily, saying he ended up with his eyes closed in the image. Kumiko observes the stickers with a sweet smile, admitting that that kind of outing is indeed quite joyful. Walking side by side, the black-haired young man suggests ending the day by going to sing at a fun karaoke. Already in the room, the vice president belts out a song with great passion, while the others watch him with a bored expression. Right after, the lovely president takes the microphone and begins to sing in an extremely sweet and in-tune way. Yusung joins her, and the two sing together in a beautiful duet with radiant smiles from ear to ear in the room. Night finally falls over the bustling city, and the time arrives for everyone to say goodbye to go home. She thanks them from the heart for the wonderful outing, while her employees look completely dead tired. The two guards sigh tiredly, commenting that they really ended up getting way too carried away beyond what they planned. Manami offers sincere apologies to her young mistress, afraid of having ruined her alone time with the young man. She explains that they had so much fun they forgot to leave, and ended up ruining the mood of the date. The heiress listens to her loyal housekeepers venting with a quite serene and thoughtful expression on the bench. She breaks into a sweet smile, making it clear that she feels no anger or disappointment with how things turned out today. The girl reassures her employees, guaranteeing that she had immense fun throughout their entire outing. She recalls fondly when she waited for the young man and shared a matcha ice cream with him at the start of the day. The young lady remembers how wonderful it was to walk around laughing out loud and talking about traditional clothes. She admits to herself that every little moment was amazing, but focuses her gaze on the small sticker sheet. The girl recalls that the last time she had this much fun was in her childhood alongside her loyal guards. She mentally thanks the two companions of her life, for always being by her side at every moment. Inside the luxury car, the young heiress sincerely thanks her two employees for their support. She says that today will become a very precious memory, leaving her guards quite emotional. Manami and Shinjiro cry with emotion, swearing eternal loyalty while Kumiko lets out a very gentle laugh. The heiress warns that this will not be their last chance and asks for the proper help of the two on the next date. The guards shout, determined to ensure the success of the next date as the car speeds down the avenue. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room, the famous mangaka works focused on his digital drawing tablet. Rika opens the door by surprise with a huge smile on her face, shouting happily for her dear father. The blonde girl asks if he didn't forget about his friend's visit tomorrow, and he confirms, saying she already warned him. The man breaks into a friendly and sympathetic smile, saying he is also very excited to receive the visit. He mentions Yusung's name, commenting that is the young man his beloved daughter always talks about. On the second day of vacation, the young man finally arrives at Rika's house and comes face to face with the famous mangaka. The protagonist starts sweating nervously in the grand presence of the author he respects so much. Yusung bows politely, and the author comments with a laugh that the young man really looks like a battle manga hero. The young man can barely believe is actually talking to the legendary creator of his favorite story. To the young man, the writer in dark glasses seems to radiate the divine aura of the true god of samurai manga. The author invites the young man inside, sharing that his wife prepared a wonderful banquet to welcome him. Rika's lovely blonde mother appears all smiles, inviting everyone to come eat before it gets cold. The dinner table is stuffed with delicious meat dishes, leaving the young man completely impressed. Everyone sits around the table, and Yusung politely thanks them for the wonderful meal provided by the family. Suddenly, the father reveals that Rika won't stop talking about the young man, leaving the young protagonist sweating cold at the table. The man says he really wanted to meet him, since he is the first guy his blonde daughter has gotten this close to. The young man feels the mood get tense and decides to explain himself quickly to avoid any misunderstanding there. The youth says they are just good friends, but the blonde chokes and complains about the young man's painful honesty. The father says he was worried about his intentions, but the mother defends him, saying the young man is of good character. The protagonist stares at Rika's father with a look of complete understanding, getting the jealousy he feels. He thinks that if he had a daughter as cute as her, he would certainly see any guy as a wolf too. Rika turns red with embarrassment, complaining that she told her father not to say weird things in front of the guest. The girl seeks her friend's support with her eyes, while the young man watches her with a quite thoughtful face. She asks why he is looking like that, and the young man plays it off while her father smiles wickedly. The blonde complains desperately about the silly conversation, and the protagonist tries to calm her down, saying everything is fine. The mother comments emotionally that their daughter grew up very fast and will soon leave to live her life. Rika's father breaks into a nostalgic smile, remembering when his beloved daughter was just a little kid. He recalls fondly when the little blonde used to run toward him bringing a stuffed animal in her arms. The little girl would promise she would marry her dear dad in the future, making the man extremely happy at the time. The author changes the subject and says he heard the young man is a big fan of his famous samurai work. He invites the young man to see his studio after the meal, and the young man accepts on the spot, shining with joy. Korean, a gift. The hero says he can die happy after getting his favorite author's autograph. The young man confesses that Kishimoto is the writer he respects most in the world as the two walk up the stairs. The young blonde opens her bedroom door with great pride, revealing her own personal space to her friend. The young man is impressed to see that the place looks like a true giant library of battle manga. The blonde asks her friend to wait a bit, while she goes to the kitchen to fetch some tea and cookies. She warns the young man seriously not to touch anything in her room before closing the dressing room door. Sitting on the floor, the young man reflects thoughtfully on this. Being the first time he visits a girl's bedroom, he decides to stop overthinking and grabs his cell phone to pass the time playing something there. Suddenly, the bedroom door opens by surprise, revealing Rika's smiling mother standing at the entrance. The young man gets startled, and the woman kindly asks to be called just Maria so as not to sound so old. Yusing stutters awkwardly, and she reveals with a smile that she came over there to show Rika's dark past. With great enthusiasm, she presents the big photo album showing all the growth of her beloved daughter. The woman points happily to the childhood photos, while the young man feigns hesitation, but deep down wants to see everything. Maria reveals a photo of Rika participating in an anime event, and the protagonist is totally shocked. Maria shares that she used to do cosplay, and Ryu thinks that a mangaka's daughter certainly inherited the second-hand embarrassment gene. Maria points to the album, saying she found Rika's true dark past, and the young man gets tense. The photo reveals the young woman wearing a gothic-style outfit and striking a dramatic pose at the anime event. Rika screams desperately upon catching her mother showing her old photos and turns totally pale with embarrassment. The girl asks desperately if her mom really showed the photo to her friend, and Maria confirms it all cheerfully. Rika lets out a scream of embarrassment, while the protagonist realizes how much of a fan of those things she was in the past. The young lady grabs her friend, stating that she no longer does cosplay, and that was just a silly phase. Maria leaves the bedroom, leaving the two alone while the daughter screams embarrassedly, telling her not to come back in. An awkward silence takes over the bedroom as the two youth sit on the floor not knowing what to say. Rika asks him to keep it a secret, and the young man agrees, saying he has nobody to tell anyway. The blonde gets extremely embarrassed with her eyes full of tears because of that awkward situation. The young man tries to calm her down, saying affectionately not to be so embarrassed by that. He says everyone goes through that phase, but she asks if he also did something like that in the past. The youth scratches his chin awkwardly and admits he was also much worse back in middle school. Ryu asks if she wants to see a photo of his past, and the girl quickly agrees with a lot of curiosity. The young man fiddles with his phone and announces he just found the picture, while the blonde watches closely. He hands the device to his friend, who lets out a sound of surprise looking straight at his phone screen. The girl widens her eyes, unable to believe what she is seeing on the device screen. The photo shows Ryu in the past with fake tattoos and striking a dramatic dark dragon pose. Rika comments that he was very skinny and cute in the past, asking how he managed to get so strong now. He explains that he thought he was way too weak, and therefore started training before entering high school. The young lady says she would have loved to meet that old version of him and asks if he doesn't like how she is today. Rika steps closer, saying she really likes his current vibe, and the young man gets confused by the sudden declaration. The girl realizes the silly thing she just blurted out and covers her mouth, turning extremely red with embarrassment. The young man is left completely at a loss and calls out her name with a surprised expression. The two remain seated on the floor while a mood of heavy shyness takes over the entire bedroom. Rika tries to explain herself, shouting desperately that she sees the young man only as an excellent friend of hers. The youth agrees awkwardly, repeating that they are indeed great friends, and tries to brush off his reaction. Both start laughing forcedly, agreeing that they are just good friends to ease the tension. The young man calls her name seriously, causing the blonde to face him with a lot of attention. He expresses immense gratitude for the invitation, saying he was very happy to get to meet her father. The girl smiles cheerfully, commenting that that day also became a very precious memory for her. The youth breaks into a very gentle and friendly smile, making it clear she can invite him whenever she wants. The two keep chatting happily and agree to meet again in the near future. The sun begins to set on the horizon, while the young lady suggests her friend could stay there a bit longer. The young man thanks the invitation, but says it is already late, and he needs to head home for dinner. The blonde remembers his family trip and asks what the destination of the young man's outing will be. The young man tells her to have fun on her trip and recalls affectionately that they will spend a week without seeing each other. He asks her to call if she needs help, but she asks how he would even get to Hawaii so fast. The youth thinks seriously that with his absurd strength, he would totally be able to swim all the way there. He jokes that he would use his savings to buy a plane ticket, leaving his friend relieved. The blonde says goodbye cheerfully, saying they will meet again as soon as classes resume. The protagonist breaks into a lovely smile in the late afternoon, bidding farewell to his great friend with affection. The young man asks in surprise if her house is nearby, and she confirms, naming the station where she lives. Sitting on the park bench, the two enjoy the snack together, and the young lady praises the food a lot. The young man praises her effort in helping others, saying people like that are very special. The young lady recalls affectionately when the young man protected her in the middle of the crowd in a very heroic way. He asked her to hang in there a little longer, while guiding her very carefully through the place. The young man held out his hand, asking her to hold on tight, so they wouldn't get lost at all there. Back in the present, the two continue walking together under the very beautiful golden light of the late afternoon. On the 5th day of Golden Week vacation, our hero decides to visit the bustling neighborhood of Akihabara. The young man walks calmly down the street, thinking that he has already managed to buy all the manga volumes he needed. He looks around and decides it would be a great idea to take advantage of the walk to eat something tasty. While thinking about going to his favorite ramen restaurant, the young man hears hurried footsteps running toward him. Suddenly, a mysterious blue-haired girl appears running desperately, shouting for him to get out of the way immediately. She makes a spectacular leap right over the young man, leaving him completely confused and not understanding anything going on. The young man gets immensely startled, and the young lady tells him to keep quiet while continuing her fast movement. Ryu gets hit square and is totally dazed, not understanding what kind of crazy situation is happening there. The young man suffers a heavy nosebleed from sheer embarrassment, wondering if that was some kind of glitchy romantic comedy logic. He soon realizes that is not the main focus and grabs the young woman, who seems to be running away from a real danger. The girl merely clicks her tongue in disdain, leaving the young man quite indignant at her obvious lack of gratitude. Several men in suits appear shouting Sash's name, and the hero realizes the trouble is far from over. The young lady warns there is no time for explanations and begs for the young man's help, leaving him at a loss. Ryu starts running, pulling the girl by the hand, and warns desperately that the path she chose is a dead end. He changes direction, guiding his new friend in a hurry, and she agrees quickly, following his fast paces. The two run toward a local establishment that displays a traditional ramen restaurant sign. The group of pursuers runs straight past the street. While the two youths hide inside the restaurant, they watch discreetly through the window, hoping the mysterious men move completely away from there. Sasha lets out a long sigh of relief for having managed to escape, while the young man remains quite tense about all that. She thanks him for the help, but the protagonist demands to know immediately the real reason she is being chased. The young lady suggests they sit down first and introduces herself as Sasha, asking the hero's name right after. She is quite surprised to notice he is not Japanese, and the young man calmly explains his entire true origin. He gets annoyed and tells her not to dodge the question, but she brushes it off, saying the matter is quite complicated to explain. The protagonist decides to leave, wishing her good luck on her escape, but the girl panics and begs him to wait a bit. She claims that pretty girls must be helped without questions, but the young man replies instantly that makes no sense at all. To try to convince him, she offers cash payment, leaving the young man completely shocked by the proposal. She pulls out of her bag a simply absurd amount of cash bills, leaving the hero breathless. Faced with so much money, the two strike a deal quickly, shaking hands with very similar thoughts about the business. Sasha accepts the situation and decides the right time has finally come to reveal the whole truth behind her escape. She takes off her felt beret, revealing her very beautiful and bright blue hair that falls perfectly over her shoulders. The young woman reveals seriously that her dear father's is an extremely powerful and influential man in her home country. She shares that the mysterious men in suits were actually trying to kidnap her to get at her father. The protagonist is in shock upon realizing that that beautiful girl is actually one of the most famous heroines of his game. The two decide to step into a modern clothing store in the area to try to get an efficient disguise for the escape. Sasha emerges wearing very casual, sporty clothes and a stylish cap, cheerfully asking the young man's opinion. Ryu agrees that the disguise looks great, and she warns that the young man just needs to protect her until 7 o'clock tonight. He asks if just that is enough, and she confirms, saying it is her first time in the country, and she wants to have a lot of fun. The young man is totally perplexed by her silliness, but the young lady explains that crowded places make escaping much easier. She adds that the kidnappers wouldn't act in front of so many witnesses, and reveals her true noble name. That beautiful Russian girl with bright eyes is indeed one of the most popular characters in the entire famous original franchise. Ryu reflects thoughtfully on the fact that she ran into him first, instead of bumping into the main hero of the story. The protagonist starts considering the strong possibility of this meeting happening before her official debut, although he has serious doubts about interfering with the original plot. The young man decides he cannot simply leave her stranded. The hero tries to put on a tough face, thinking of refusing the money out of pure pride, but quickly gives up the silly idea. The cash amount offered was simply too valuable for him to even think about turning down that great proposal. The youth lets out a long sigh, accepting the temporary bodyguard job for just a few hours during that day. The clever Russian girl breaks into a smile of pure mischief, thinking she possesses an incredible skill for reading people. She recalls when she looked closely at the young man's strength and immediately noticed how powerful a youth he looked like. The girl is totally certain that her new protector will manage to endure the few hours of duty without any kind of trouble. Ryu warns that they had better move fast, but suddenly an authoritative voice shouts, telling the two not to take another step. The thugs shout, telling them to grab the young man while he wonders in surprise how they managed to find them so fast. The youth runs with her in his arms, asking if the enemies are former KGB agents, but she hasn't the slightest idea what that term means. Suddenly, the protagonist is forced to stop running right into the legs of a giant man blocking the way. Without giving the young man time to react, the adversary delivers an extremely powerful and fast punch in his direction. The protagonist dodges the attack, surprised by the unusual speed and precision of the blow launched by that enemy. He sets the blue-haired girl aside in a hurry to protect her and prepares to face the threat up close. The young man tells his friend to hide quickly inside a telephone booth so she stays safe during the fight. He closes the booth door firmly to ensure none of the kidnappers can get close to the Russian girl. Ryu notices that opponent is on a completely different physical combat level from the common street thugs. The young hero turns around seriously, facing the group that is now approaching him with quite threatening expressions. He knows very well that those goons had terrible luck deciding to challenge someone as incredibly strong as him. The young man charges forward, throwing powerful blows while recalling that in romantic comedies, the strongest always wins. Several opponents fall heavily, defeated to the ground, while the protagonist prepares for the next big combat. The youth celebrates the easy victory, but suddenly hears a striking voice ordering all the goons to fall back right now. An imposing man emerges from the shadows, delivering a crushing blow that hits the protagonist by surprise with great power. The protagonist tries to block the fierce attack, but gets extremely surprised by the devastating impact of that punch. The gray-haired man in a black suit introduces himself as the feared Captain Boris. Adjusting his sleeves to fight, Boris finds the young man's meddling strange, but admits the youth appears to be considerably stronger than he expected. The protagonist fixes his gaze on the fearsome adversary, wondering if he too would be defeated by his absurd physical strength. He prepares to unleash all the energy of his powerful physical might, which is amplified by protecting the heroine. Inside the booth, the girl watches the scene worriedly, thinking the young man won't be able to win that battle. She firmly believes it is simply impossible for the hero to defeat Captain Boris in direct hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, the hero lets out a tired sigh, thinking he shouldn't have accepted such a troublesome job. With his eyes glowing in flames, the protagonist decides the right time has come to act, with everything against his adversary. The young man advances with impressive speed, claiming he will finish that dispute as fast as possible. Boris is completely in shock upon noticing the absurd speed with which the hero manages to grab his arm. The youth executes an extremely fast and precise fighting technique, landing a sure strike on the enemy's joint. With all his strength, the protagonist locks the adversary with a tight hold, leaving him totally immobilized in the fight. The hero hurls the captain spectacularly against the ground, generating an immense impact that shakes the whole street there. The feared captain lets out a scream of extreme pain upon being thrown heavily straight against the concrete of the street floor. Rao keeps applying the armbar, totally immobilizing the enemy, who screams desperately without being able to escape. The enemy screams in agony, while the young man squeezes his arm joint with extreme physical force in the hold. Captain Boris tries to move, but realizes desperately that he is completely trapped by the protagonist's powerful blow. He complains indignantly that the young man is using such an efficient and painful joint lock against him at that moment. The opponent feels his hip bone snap with the absurd force of the blow and realizes he is about to be injured. The captain screams desperately, asking if the young man has any real intention of crippling him forever with that brutal strength. The final impact of the blow causes the bearded man to be knocked out cold, falling completely defenseless onto the street. The hero observes the captain sprawled and unconscious on the street floor with a calm expression of a job well done. The young man comments thoughtfully that joint injuries are serious, jokingly asking who would pay for his gym membership. Sasha opens the booth door with wide eyes, barely believing he defeated the captain so easily. She stares at the young man wrapped in an impressive purple aura, wondering how someone can possibly be that strong. Elsewhere, a blue-haired man warns over his cell phone that the feared Captain Boris was defeated in a spectacular way. The leader on the phone goes completely furious, claiming it is impossible for anyone in Japan to be able to beat the captain. The informant describes the mysterious young man who defeated the group, and the boss starts suspecting a legendary identity. The powerful boss asks in surprise if that strong young man is actually the legendary warrior known as Black Yasha. Messages on internet forums start leaking scary rumors about the return of the legendary warrior in the underworld. Various rumors about the incident in Akihabara start spreading quickly to all corners of Tokyo. A mysterious black-haired woman watches the virtual forums full of intense debates about the legend of Black Yasha, She breaks into a confident look and mocks the internet newbies who indeed haven't the slightest idea of the hero's real strength. Images of legendary fighters pop up on screen, recalling the grand tournament that gathered the world's best in the past. It was at that moment that an extremely mysterious masked warrior known as Fumakaro appeared out of nowhere. He fought only a single time but managed to reach straight to the tournament finals, becoming a true living legend. The black-haired woman wonders reflectively whether the new rumors about Fumakotaro's appearance could be real. She stands up with determination, wearing her dark coat, ready to find out the truth behind this whole story. The young woman stops on the street, looking toward the city, thinking about the whereabouts of her own father who vanished long ago. She mentally asks her father to wait for her, while fixing her confident gaze on the horizon of the big city. At the maid cafe, waitresses dressed as maids welcome customers with radiant smiles from ear to ear. The hero turns purple with second-hand embarrassment, though he admits deep down he always had a slight curiosity to hear that. The young man complains upon realizing her sightseeing tour was a maid cafe, and she claims that is mandatory in the country. One of the kind employees guides the two customers to the red heart-shaped table and asks very sweetly for them to sit down. Ryu finds it unbelievable to be sightseeing in a place like that, but the Russian assures them they are safe there after the previous fight. The protagonist starts feeling sudden chills all over his body, unable to get used to that environment at all. He complains about her ruining his reputation, but the blonde says the cell phone blackout was caused by an electromagnetic pulse. She shares that enemy elite squads always use this technology, but the young man is left slack-jawed, not knowing who they might be. She explains that the acronym refers to a giant weapons manufacturer from her country, and the youth asks the reason for their interest. The Russian recalls with confidence that she is the daughter of a very high-ranking person, and suddenly a sweet employee appears serving them. The maid introduces the food plate and introduces herself as the local kitty maid, making the protagonist nearly faint from embarrassment. The young man thanks the meal awkwardly, finding all that culture way too exaggerated. But his friend loves the look of the food plate. The kitty waitress asks them to wait, explaining there is a mandatory ritual that needs to be done lovingly before they eat. The kitty tells the customers to repeat her words, and the young man grows desperate, asking what on earth they need to do there. With her hands in heart shapes, the employee prepares to start the famous cute food energization choreography of the cafe. She makes the cute gestures while the protagonist gets totally humiliated, wanting to disappear from there out of pure second-hand embarrassment. He complains to the Russian for not participating, but the employee warns that everyone without exception must do the cute ritual. Completely cornered and shaking with embarrassment, the young man bites his lips, preparing mentally to go through that humiliation. Ryu makes the heart gesture with his red hands and repeats the cute words, making his new friend burst into loud laughter at him. The kitty waitress wishes them a good appetite and walks away while the Russian keeps laughing at the young man's face, who is totally depressed. He enjoys the delicious food thinking he is already exhausted from the day, but admits the dish's flavor is truly fantastic. The kitty employee returns with a lovely smile, asking if the dish's taste really pleased the customer's refined palate. She challenges the youth to a fun card game, warning cheerfully that the loser of the game will receive a serious punishment. Ryu notices the cat ear headband in the maid's hands and starts sweating nervously, foreseeing what the punishment for the loser would be. The waitress reveals that the punishment is wearing a kitty headband and meowing at the end of each sentence, leaving the young hero in a complete panic. He tries to negotiate another punishment, but his Russian friend laughs, saying he just needs to win so he doesn't have to go through this humiliation. The protagonist fixes his gaze on the cards with extreme determination accepting the challenge, decided not to lose no matter what. He swears mentally that he will come out victorious from that match while the two begin choosing their best cards from the table. Ryu ends up losing the game and is forced to wear the kitty headband while the two girls watch him with looks full of mockery. Trembling with anger and with a red face, the hero agrees to play another match, meowing at the end and making everyone burst into loud laughter. The blonde laughs uncontrollably, saying the look didn't match him at all, and the young man swears he will win the next duel. The cafe employee says goodbye, quite cute at the exit, while the two friends finally wrap up the visit and leave. The Russian stretches cheerfully, commenting that the outing was fun while the young man laments having lost all the matches. She breaks into a lovely smile, reassuring her friend, and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for ensuring her fun today. Walking under the sunset, the young lady changes the tone of the conversation and warns seriously that she needs to confess a very important secret. She reveals that the mysterious men in suits were actually personal bodyguards hired by her father to protect her. The blonde offers sincere apologies, confessing she lied just to manage to take a sightseeing tour around Japan without restrictions. She warns that the young man can now return home safely since she will call her own guards herself to head straight back to the hotel. Sasha starts thanking him warmly for the company, but suddenly the sound of helicopter blades cuts through the sky by surprise. The powerful boss appears laughing victoriously from atop the air vehicle, celebrating the fact that he finally located the girl. The two youths look up startled at the sky, trying to figure out where that mysterious helicopter came from in the late afternoon. The immense aircraft begins to descend slowly, generating a strong gust of wind that scatters dry leaves across the local square. The man with glasses and a gray beard mocks the girl, saying her escape made his organization's search job much easier. The boss fixes his threatening gaze on the blue-haired princess and asks angrily who the insolent young man next to her might be. Sasha asks extremely worriedly how that powerful man managed to find them so fast in the park. He states that this is a strictly personal matter of his own family and involves his dear daughter. The imposing man walks calmly toward the two youths, reinforcing that the matter involves only his daughter. The Russian girl takes full blame for the escape and warns she was already heading back. But her father says that doesn't matter anymore. Ru gets quite reflective upon realizing that scary-looking man is actually his friend's father. The young man finds it curious that a foreigner speaks Japanese so well with her, but remembers that is just the fictional language. Her father reveals that he heard rumors about the legendary warrior Black Yasha's appearance there in the bustling region of Tokyo. The man asks suspiciously if his daughter got involved with him and points to Ryu, who gets totally confused by the accusation. The powerful boss recalls seriously that the legendary warrior of the underworld vanished completely 10 years ago without a trace. Ryu is left not knowing what to say, while the man recalls the whole legend and challenges him to a grand combat right there. The leader shouts furiously, saying they will finally finish the grand battle they started 18 years ago. The protagonist asks confused who he thinks he is, and reveals that his name is actually just Kim Yu-sung. The man asks in surprise if the young man knows Fuma Kotaro, but he immediately denies it, saying it is his first time hearing the name. An extremely awkward silence takes over the entire square as the powerful boss processes his answer. Sasha's father sighs in relief for him, not being the legendary warrior, and spares the young man from his wrath, allowing him to leave. Ryu smiles in relief, thinking everything was just a big misunderstanding, but the powerful boss suddenly tells him to stop. The man turns around again with seriousness and asks how a common young student was able to defeat his strong Captain Boris. Ryu remembers the big guy he faced earlier and asks timidly for her father to apologize to the captain on his behalf. He confesses sheepishly that he really thought the big guy was a real kidnapper, and therefore didn't hold back his strength. Suddenly, Sash's father begins to emanate an immense and intimidating blue battle aura that makes the surrounding air shake heavily. He raises his powerful fist, gathering all his vast physical energy, and takes a stance ready for serious combat. The Russian girl screams desperately by her friend's name, trying to warn him about the immense danger he is running now. The protagonist gets immensely startled and complains desperately upon seeing the blue bearded man charge with such fury toward him. The man breaks into a wicked smile of pure excitement and demands that the youth demonstrate all his real physical strength against him. The young man's backpack is thrown far away, and he panics upon seeing his valuable new manga fall heavily to the ground. The hero cries with anger with red eyes, shouting that he will never forgive anyone who dares to treat manga that way. The powerful boss delivers a fast punch against the protagonist, who dodges the attack utilizing his fast-fighting reflexes. The two trade extremely powerful attacks, generating an immense explosion of energy and dust that spreads across the entire place. The man praises the youth's physical skill, but the young man responds with plenty of fury for having his manga ruined by that. The hero questions angrily the reason for all that sudden aggressiveness while trying to defend himself from his relentless punches. The boss states he is an exceptional prodigy, but the young man complains of pain without understanding why he is getting beaten up for nothing. The leader says it is unbelievable for a mere untrained student to be able to defeat his loyal and trained captain with just his bare hands. He delivers yet another crushing barrage of punches, affirming with conviction that that feat should be simply impossible. The man fixes his gaze on the youth and praises his rare strength, saying he is the type of prodigy who appears only once a century. Ryu grinds his teeth, holding his ground against the immense pressure of the combat, while waiting to hear the powerful boss's next proposal. The bearded man concentrates an immense amount of blue energy in his right fist, preparing to make a serious offer. With an imposing smile on his face, he extends a direct invitation, calling the young prodigy to start working under his orders. He guarantees he will help the young man develop all his incredible fighting potential while attacking with overwhelming speed. At that instant, the hero finally has the absolute certainty that the world he reincarnated into holds a much bigger secret. He realizes desperately that the original story is certainly not about a simple and common high school romantic comedy. Ryu reflects that the proposal received is typical of battle manga, where warriors constantly fight to get stronger. He recalls that at first everything looked like a normal school romance, but realizes the course of things has now changed drastically. The young man understands the real reason why he trained so hard and built that absurdly muscular body since arriving there. He finally figures out why he is always drawn into the middle of so many battles and dangerous clashes against crime. All his absurd strength that seemed like just a comedic joke actually serves a much greater purpose in his new life. The hero concludes in shock that the manga's story changed direction completely, transforming from a romance into a pure battle work. He has total certainty of this upon recalling that the manga's original publisher is famous precisely for publishing only action stories. The young man knows that in their magazine, pure romances do not survive the rankings, forcing authors to focus on intense combat. He deduces that the author must have suffered immense editorial pressure to drastically change the story's genre to guarantee sales. If this silly theory about the drastic change in plot turns out to be real, the young man will need to prepare for major dangers. Sung realizes that his life will be in constant danger if he stays surrounded by dangerous monsters like this man. Sasha's father offers a sponsored student spot in his own company and asks what the young man thinks about that. He promises to pay for all of college besides giving a luxury house and a new car with everything he could ever want. The young man pretends to accept, but remembers that in fight stories, this kind of strong master always loses to the protagonist. He thinks that this man is definitely destined to be defeated by the true main hero of the story. With that, he concludes that staying very close to the protagonist is the best choice to manage to survive in this world. The man sighs in relief, thinking the deal is finally closed, and says that now they can begin. The youth is completely shocked in his thoughts, wondering why that man is so extreme in everything he does. Suddenly, Sasha's father lunges forward with an extremely fast strike, catching the young man completely by surprise. The youth spits blood and realizes, desperately, that his adversary is actually trying to kill him right there. The man says he intended to go easy, since he is his daughter's friend, but decides he will no longer hold back his strength. Facing the imminent danger, the youth manages to spot an opening in the adversary's attack and prepares to counterattack. Sasha's father is surprised to receive a grazing scratch on his face and stares at the youth with quite a bit of seriousness. The protagonist realizes the mistake he made and gets totally tense upon seeing the powerful man's expression of fury. The fearsome leader advances with even more speed, preparing a punch charged with immense blue energy. The man grabs the boy and says he is going to give him valuable combat advice that he will never forget. He prepares his fist and explains that when one decides to throw a real punch, the intention must always be devastating. He states seriously that every attack must be launched with the true intention of killing your adversary. The powerful punch is delivered right toward the face of the young man. Stands paralyzed with panic at such strength. The impact destroys the ground around them, generating a huge curtain of dust while the leader displays his great power. The protagonist drops to his knees on the ground, completely exhausted, and trying to catch his breath after the terrible blow. He breathes in relief, thinking he only survived because he dodged the adversary's punch at the very last second. The young man is quite confused, wondering what kind of absurd and mysterious technique the man just used. The powerful boss breaks into a proud smile and reveals that that special technique is called the Emperor's Double Eagle. The young protagonist is extremely surprised and asks what the adversary meant by that name. The leader explains that it is the legendary and secret imperial martial art of the famous Russian Romanov dynasty. He demonstrates all the grandeur of his fast movements that seem to cut through the air itself with blue energy. The youth realizes that secret art is so fast that he was unable to keep up with the blows with his eyes. Sasha suddenly appears, shouting desperately for her dear father to immediately stop that unfair fight. The man tells his daughter not to meddle and states that he is taking the young man with him no matter what today. Yu-sung takes a firm combat stance and decides he will not simply run away in the face of that major threat. The master warns that if the youth does not want to die, he must join him to learn all the secret techniques. He praises the youth's natural talent, stating that with that power, he will manage to make the whole world bow. The youth laughs sarcastically, thinking the man is just a big fan of silly high school fantasies. He starts speaking very seriously, staring at his Russian friend's father with a very determined look. The young man states that he has met very precious people in this world, and that he would never throw everything away to follow the man. He shouts with all his determination, saying there is no reason at all to accept that absurd proposal. The youth charges forward, telling the old man to give up once and for all while the man smiles, admiring the boy's great conviction. But the powerful boss warns that he will crush all of the youth's conviction right under his own feet during the fight. Sasha watches everything in a complete state of shock, dreading the terrible outcome of the confrontation about to come. The two collide their powerful fists in the center of the square, generating a shock wave that makes everything around tremble. The protagonist feels the immense force of the blow and groans in pain upon realizing his arm almost gave way from the impact. The exchange of blows continues frantically, and the youth is pushed back by the adversary's tremendous physical strength. The young man starts sweating cold from fatigue, realizing that his immense endurance is reaching its limit in the battle. Without giving the boy a time to rest, the experienced fighter pops up, right in front of him with another crushing attack. The youth tries to dodge the punch, but gets grazed by the incredible gust of wind generated by the impact. The man continues his relentless sequence of blows, without leaving any opportunity for defense to the protagonist. The powerful leader manages to grab the collar of the young man's jacket, who widens his eyes. Startled by his speed, he hurls the youth against the concrete, generating a violent impact that kicks up a lot of dust all over the square. The young man screams in pain on the ground, realizing that this man is on a completely different level from all rivals. The protagonist stares at Sasha's father, realizing that man is by far the strongest warrior he has ever seen. Sasha runs desperately toward the combat, shouting out loud for her dear father to stop the fight. The young woman says the boy only protected her, and the father coldly tells her to get out of the way, since the talk is not over. The Russian girl refuses to back down, and the powerful man stares at her with an extremely serious and threatening look. Suddenly, Sasha's father pushes her away with a quick strike, leaving the young lady totally surprised by the attitude. The girl falls to the ground while the protagonist shouts her name, extremely worried about the impact of the fall. The young man gets furious and asks indignantly if that man is incapable of showing mercy even to his own daughter. He positions himself in front of Sasha to protect her from any new attack by the fearsome leader watching them. Sasha's father says arrogantly that the youth talks too much and states with absolute certainty that the fight ends now. The powerful leader charges forward, delivering a crushing punch that glows with intense and dangerous blue energy. The protagonist accepts his destiny, watching the blow come toward him without having enough strength left to dodge. But suddenly the adversary senses a dangerous presence approaching and is forced to interrupt the attack. Several ninja blades are hurled against the street concrete, kicking up sparks right at the enemy's foot. The blue-haired man watches those traditional weapons with surprise and tries to figure out who could have thrown them. He soon recognizes the weapons as the famous shurikens belonging to the legendary and feared warrior Black Yasha. An almost invisible thread lightly cuts the powerful boss's cheek, leaving him totally surprised by the attack. A mysterious black-haired young woman emerges from above at maximum speed, delivering a surprise attack against him. She lands perfectly in the middle of the battlefield, placing herself right between the protagonist and the powerful enemy. The hero looks in surprise at the young woman in front of him, recognizing that striking dark-haired presence. She introduces herself as Fuma Yukika, the acting leader of the ninja clan, leaving the young man quite relieved by her arrival. Still quite bruised, the protagonist asks in surprise the real reason his senpai appeared at the location. Sasha's father stares at her seriously and mentions the name of the legendary warrior the ninja clan has been after for years. The young woman reveals that that legendary warrior is actually her father, who vanished without a trace 10 years ago. The powerful blue-haired leader listens to the revelation quite calmly and comments that he had already heard rumors about that. He says he indeed heard that the legendary warrior had a daughter and concludes that this young woman is indeed her. Ignoring the enemy, she turns to the protagonist and hands over a small, glowing golden medicine pill. She explains in a hurry that that secret pill from her family will help unlock all of the young man's dormant power. The Russian boss radiates immense energy, warning that he won't just stand by watching their plans. The young ninja tells the protagonist to swallow the medicine soon, promising she will hold off the dangerous enemy until he is ready. Without many options, the boy decides to swallow the golden pill, thinking any help is welcome to avoid dying right there. But right after swallowing the mysterious medicine, the young man widens his eyes, feeling an extremely strange reaction. He screams desperately, feeling his body burn from the inside out, not understanding what kind of crazy effect that was. The youth agonizes while Sasha watches the scene quite scared, shouting the protagonist's name in panic. Intense flames start enveloping the young man's entire body as he roars, accumulating an absurd amount of energy. With a deafening scream, the young man unleashes an explosion of red flames that startles everyone present at the location. The Russian leader and the young ninja watch that impressive display of power. Totally shocked by the scene, the hero emerges wrapped in a colossal fire aura, radiating an incredibly intimidating physical presence in the square. He clenches his fist quite firmly, feeling a hot and powerful energy flow intensely through his body. The youth reflects that he feels as though something very strong that was trapped inside him has finally been set free. The young man feels as though a third eye is opening in his mind, giving him perfect combat perception. Staring at the powerful adversary head-on, the young man senses a mysterious and overwhelming energy rise between the two of them. The young ninja is surprised by the result, thinking that the amount of energy released surpassed all her expectations. She recalls with a lot of concern that the effect of that special pill from her family lasts for only 5 minutes. The girl wonders if the protagonist will manage to defeat that powerful enemy before the effect's time runs out. The powerful Russian master praises the mysterious Oriental energy pill, commenting that he is very interested in the youth. The hero replies seriously, stating that the adversary is nothing more than a terrible villain who hurts his own daughter. The man listens to the youth's provocation and merely breaks into a mocking smile, not caring about his accusations. He lets out a loud and confident laugh while the boy prepares to attack. Wrapped in his grand red aura, the adversary warns arrogantly that pretty words are just excuses used by weak warriors. The man states that the strong dominate the weak by natural law and challenges the youth to prove otherwise through sheer force. Wrapped in flames, the protagonist faces the fearsome adversary, daring the man to try to defeat him right there. Sasha's father summons the powerful aura of a blue lightning tiger, accepting the challenge with plenty of mockery in his look. The experienced warrior charges forward, delivering an extremely potent and fast punch in the young man's direction. The protagonist blocks the terrible attack, feeling that his opponent's physical strength remains absurdly destructive. The man breaks into a smile of pure confidence and amusement during the intense clash of forces between the two in the square. But the hero notices in surprise that he is now fully capable of seeing all the adversary's fast movements. Next, he dodges with quite a bit of precision from each of the fast blows the Russian boss launches against him. The boy realizes he can read enemy attacks perfectly while preparing to execute his counterattack. With his eyes glowing in flames, the protagonist focuses his vision and decides this is the perfect moment to counterattack. The protagonist delivers an uppercut with all the energy he has concentrated in his right arm. The blow hits the powerful adversary's chin square, leaving the blue-haired man completely surprised. The impact is so devastating that the Russian leader is dragged backward, leaving deep marks on the square's asphalt. He remains in complete shock, unable to believe he is being pushed back by a mere boy's attack. Without giving the adversary time to recover, the youth charges forward with everything, delivering another extremely strong blow. The master tries to defend himself, but notices worriedly that the boy's attack movements have gotten much sharper. He deduces that this whole absurd evolution of sudden physical strength must have been caused by that energy pill. The Russian boss summons the colossal aura of a griffin, stating with fury that he will not lose to a high school student. He roars, accumulating a simply scary amount of blue electrical energy all over his imposing body. The man advances with his supreme attack, shouting for the protagonist to die in the face of such a display of strength. The youth fixes his calm gaze on the terrible approaching threat. Knowing this will be the decisive blow of the battle, he dodges the punch with extreme agility in the last thousandth of a second, leaving the adversary totally vulnerable. The leader mocks, stating it is impossible to block that attack. But the boy seems to have very different plans. The two clash hands in a brutal dispute of physical strength while the blue and red energy shines intensely. With an extremely cold and serene look, the youth agrees with his powerful adversary's provocative words. He tells the blue-haired man to hold on tight, while his red flame ore explodes all around them. The hero executes a spectacular move, spinning in mid-air with a speed that prevents any defense reaction from the opponent. The young man delivers a devastating heel kick against the powerful leader's head, generating an immense shock wave. The blue-haired man grinds his teeth, feeling the full force of the impact that discharges an absurd energy into him. The protagonist lands calmly beneath a heavy curtain of smoke, showing that the grand battle has finally ended. The fearsome Russian leader falls, defeated to the ground, and whispers in agony, unable to accept the outcome of that confrontation. The powerful Ivan Romanov laments, bitterly having been defeated even though he is considered the strongest man in the entire world. He cannot accept the humiliation of having lost that whole dispute against a mere Japanese high school student. The imposing Russian boss closes his eyes and passes out for good on the concrete, accepting that unbelievable defeat is real. The black-haired protagonist remains standing victoriously, staring at the fallen opponent with a very serene expression. The boy takes a deep and calmly warns that he is very sorry to have to reveal an important truth to his opponent. The youth smiles confidently and reveals to the fallen man that he is actually of Korean origin and not Japanese. The Russian girl and the experienced ninja watch the scene in complete silence, totally shocked by the fight's outcome. The two girls can barely process the unbelievable fact that the youth actually came out victorious from that combat. The feared world champion and leader of a powerful organization now lies completely unconscious and defeated on the ground. Fuma Yukika praises the youth for having capitalized very well on the attack opening. Though she admits she didn't expect that much strength, the ninja wonders in her thoughts what the true limit of the immense physical power that high school boy hides really is. Sasha runs desperately toward the black-haired hero, asking if he is really okay after the combat. The youth apologizes for having defeated her father, but the Russian friend replies calmly that doesn't matter. The dark-haired ninja offers to clean up the mess at the location and tells the boy to leave there in a hurry. Sasha warns that her father doesn't die that easily and promises to get in touch if she needs any help in the future. Suddenly, the protagonist's legs wobble, and he starts falling from exhaustion, being quickly caught by the ninja. She notices he has depleted all his energy and tells Sasha to step away before people start crowding around there. The young hero finally closes his eyes and falls asleep peacefully, resting on the back of his loyal and strong senpai. The blue-haired girl watches the two leave with a lovely smile while people on the street start whispering. The crowd approaches the square, not understanding the reason the famous world champion is dumped like that on the ground. Golden Week vacation finally comes to an end, and a new school day begins under the clear sky at school. The protagonist wakes up grumbling in pain, feeling that his entire body is still extremely sore. He walks to school holding his aching shoulder, and laments getting involved in such a huge mess on the outing. The young man with bandages on his face finds it strange that there is no news on the internet about the big fight. This lack of information leaves him even more worried, while the teacher tells all the students to sit down. The teacher announces the arrival of a transfer student from Russia, leaving the protagonist in a panic. The classroom door finally opens by surprise, and the new student walks in, greeting everyone cheerfully. A very beautiful girl with long blue hair walks to the front of the chalkboard, grabbing the attention of the whole class. Upon looking directly at the classroom entrance, the protagonist widens his eyes upon confirming his worst suspicions. The young woman introduces herself very elegantly as Alexandra Romanova and asks everyone to call her just Sasha. The hero falls into complete despair in his thoughts, while the other students start praising the Russian girl's beauty. She shares that she likes anime, and that she recently found something she genuinely grew to like a lot for real, with a lovely smile on her face. The young woman points her index finger quite dramatically toward the row. She points straight at the protagonist, revealing to the entire class that her major interest is Kim Yu-sung. The young man takes a massive shock, remaining totally paralyzed by the bombshell revelation made in front of everyone. The class starts gossiping in surprise, thinking that sudden declaration looks straight out of a romance manga. The hero falls into complete despair upon realizing that his long-desired quiet extra life has ended for good today. The Russian girl smiles quite friendly at him, completely ignoring all the commotion generated in the room. The students approach her desk with a lot of curiosity, asking how she learned to speak Japanese so well. She explains cheerfully that she learned everything by watching anime, while the others keep asking various questions. The boys whisper curiously, asking her if the love declaration made earlier was really serious. The Russian girl confirms cheerfully, sharing that her ideal type has always been someone much stronger than her father. The students start gossiping about rumors of the hero with other girls and ask if he really beat her father. The protagonist gets extremely tensy upon realizing that several strange rumors about him have already started spreading. Beside him, Rika watches the girls' entire conversation with a quite serious and thoughtful expression at her desk. The blonde teases her friend, commenting that only took a trip for him to land such a pretty foreign girlfriend. The youth tries to defend himself desperately, but the blonde thinks that reaction sounds like a protagonist's cliché excuse. He reflects thoughtfully that Sasha should focus her attention on the story's original hero and not on a mere extra. The youth fears his actions may have changed the original plot, turning his quiet routine into a stressful one. Suddenly, the classroom door opens again, catching the attention of the protagonist and his blonde friend next to him. The short-haired, red-headed young woman emerges all smiles, announcing she came there just to spend time with them. Karen hugs the young man from behind with a lot of intimacy, and he tries to brush off the embarrassment by greeting his friend awkwardly. Upon noticing the redhead's intimate approach, Sasha fixes her gaze toward her with an expression of quite a bit of jealousy. The Russian walks up to the desk and points at the redhead, demanding authoritatively that she step away from the youth a bit. Karen gets annoyed with the new student's bossy attitude and asks mockingly who she thinks she is to give orders there. The foreigner breaks into a gentle and confident smile, preparing to make a rather bold statement to the redhead. She hugs the protagonist's shoulder, stating proudly that she will soon become Kim Yu-sung's official girlfriend. The redhead is completely in shock and blushes at the new student's audacity, staring at her with quite a bit of indignation. Karen screams angrily, stating that the youth is actually Rika's official boyfriend already, leaving the blonde desperate. The entire class starts gossiping about the immense romantic mess, while the protagonist tries to calm both girls down. The youth falls into despair, not understanding how he ended up becoming Rika's boyfriend without even knowing it himself. Rika turns red with embarrassment and shouts, explaining that the two are just good friends. Debunking the dating rumor, Sasha smiles victoriously upon realizing it was all just a misunderstanding and decides to use that to her advantage against the redhead. The Russian celebrates, saying the path is clear, and the redhead pulls her furiously, demanding to settle the dispute outside. The two start fighting with funny facial expressions, while the protagonist tries to ignore that whole embarrassing situation. The class rep with braids and glasses approaches the hero timidly, grabbing everyone's attention calmly. She asks to borrow his notebooks to copy the material, and the youth agrees politely. Searching for the item in his backpack, he hands the notebook over to the bespectacled young woman with a gentle smile, demonstrating all his good manners. She thanks him, promising to return it soon while the other three girls watch the scene with a lot of curiosity. Rika is surprised, and her friend explains that the class rep is one of the smartest and most hard-working students in the whole school. Karen asks why the class rep asked for his notebook if he is just a strong and muscular youth focused on training. She asks what his grade ranking is, and the young man is surprised to notice everyone thought he was dumb. The protagonist calmly reveals that he is actually first in his entire grade, leaving the group totally shocked. One of the boys comments that he really has the face of someone who does poorly in studies, and the hero tells him to shut up. The friend says that if the protagonist hadn't entered as top of the class, he would have had the same reaction as them. The friends comment on Momochi not being afraid of the youth because she knows very well he is actually a great guy. Tojo agrees with the statement, guaranteeing that just talking to the youth a little is enough to notice he is super gentle. The hero decides to step away awkwardly, claiming he needs to go to the restroom while the others watch him leave. The students start laughing behind his back, and the young man complains a lot in his thoughts about their attitudes today. Protagonist decides to keep a safe distance from Sasha and the others throughout the rest of today. Time flies by, and the bell announces the start of lunchtime in the bustling school cafeteria. In the cafeteria, the young man ends up seated at the exact same table as the three girls in a quite embarrassing way. He cries desperately in his thoughts upon realizing his plan to keep a miserable distance failed right on cue. The girls start arguing at the table, and the youth tries to explain to the surrounding group that Sasha is not his girlfriend. The cafeteria boys gossip with plenty of envy at his luck, and the hero notices the misunderstandings only keep growing. The protagonist watches the three girls chatting happily and tries to find a way to get them away from him at the table. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in the youth's mind, and he finally manages to come up with a great idea to scare off the group. He asks with a smile if the three are studying for the tests, and the girls react with total despair. Rika scolds her friend for talking about exams right at lunchtime, and the youth brushes it off, apologizing awkwardly. The whole table falls under an extreme mood of depression, and the hero celebrates the success of his plan to shake up the girls. Rika gets quite depressed, grumbling that she should definitely have started studying for the test much earlier. Karen agrees, and Sasha complains that the classical Japanese literature subject is extremely hard to learn. Upon seeing their discouragement, the protagonist smiles, realizing this is the perfect opportunity for his plan. He suggests that the three start a study group together, and the girls think the idea is simply genius at the table. Sasha invites her friends to study at her huge house, and Rika accepts the invitation, even without liking the Russian very much. The hero smiles wickedly, wishing the friends good training while celebrating in his thoughts that he will be free in the end. The weekend finally arrives, and the weather is sunny and calm around the protagonist's house. In his bedroom, the young man lets out a long sigh of relief, happy to finally get some alone time for himself. He thrills with pure joy upon managing to finish setting up his own long-dreamed of private home gym. The youth recalls with satisfaction that he bought all the training equipment using the money he earned working for Sasha. He prepares cheerfully to start his daily physical exercises, deciding to focus on the bench press first. The young man lifts the weight, laughing out loud with pure happiness, celebrating the fantastic feeling of training in his own space. Suddenly, his cell phone ringtone starts ringing loudly, making the youth stop his workout with surprise. He answers the device, and his blonde friend tells him to look out the window, asking if he is ready to go out yet. The young man opens the window, confused, and she reminds him they had planned to hold the study group at Karen's house. He tries to contest, but sees his blonde friend waving cheerfully from the street, calling for him from outside his house. Rika yells, telling her friend to come down soon, but the young man goes totally in shock upon noticing the crowd accompanying her. The protagonist widens his eyes and lets out a panic scream, unable to believe what he is seeing on the street. He asks desperately who those scary looking men accompanying his blonde friend are. Sweating cold from nervousness, the young man is left completely at a loss as to the bizarre turn that situation just took. Rika ignores the questions and invites her friend, with a lovely smile on her face, to get right into the vehicle parked there. The driver's window rolls down, revealing the bandaged-headed man greeting the hero, who gets immensely startled. The protagonist immediately recognizes the man as the strong Captain Boris, whom he defeated in the park days ago. The blonde introduces the driver as Sasha's uncle, leaving the young man even more shocked and speechless in front of the car. She comments that Boris doesn't speak Japanese, but guarantees he is quite a nice man despite his serious face. Sashi explains from inside the car that Boris is her personal bodyguard, and she cannot go out without him present. The youth cries nervously, thinking about the awkwardness of sharing the same car with the man he nearly beat to death. The car finally arrives at its destination, stopping in front of a gigantic and very beautiful traditional residence. A tall, red-haired, muscular man emerges at the location's entrance, welcoming them with a wide and friendly smile. The youth recognizes the man as Karen's father and decides to play dumb to avoid any sort of embarrassing conversation. Kim Yu-sung introduces himself politely, and Karen's father welcomes the group, inviting everyone inside. The house owner thinks to himself that the youth is a very talented young man and a great friend to his beloved daughter. He praises the youth a lot, stating that he is the perfect son-in-law he has picked out for her future. The man greets Captain Boris, saying it has been quite a while since they last saw each other. He comments on the surprise of Ivaner studying at the same school and in the same class as his daughter Karen. Sung gets quite confused and asks in surprise if Captain Boris and Karen's father already knew each other beforehand. Karen's father asks curiously about the origin of all those injuries and bandages on the captain's head. In silence, the captain merely raises his arm and points his index finger to reveal the true culprit. He points straight at the protagonist, who gets scared, asking the reason he is being accused. Rika falls into a complete state of shock upon hearing that her friend was responsible for hurting the Russian captain. The captain reveals that even the powerful Ivan was defeated by the boy, leaving Karen's father astonished. The protagonist falls into total panic, thinking his chance of studying there is over and that he is ruined. But soon he realizes that getting expelled might be his big opportunity to finally return to his home. Suddenly, Karen's father shouts excitedly, thinking that is amazing, leaving the young man completely clueless. The man hugs the youth, laughing out loud, and states with joy that he is indeed the ideal son-in-law he always wished for. Karen turns red with embarrassment and scolds her father, telling him to stop saying such embarrassing things. Already inside the bedroom, the young protagonist lets out a long sigh of relief for finally managing to rest. With his head spinning, the youth gets thoughtful, but realizes the crazy situation, finally managed to calm down. The group sits around the table, and the youth suggests analyzing each one's weak points before studying. He warns that Rika is terrible at science, but guarantees that memorizing basic formulas will already help her grade. The youth hands over a notes sheet, telling his blonde friend to memorize each of the formulas for the big test. The girls get discouraged, while the protagonist warns seriously that the important test is coming up soon. The youth calls out to Karen next, and the redhead responds, quite startled and tense, with his attention at the table. He warns that her grades are average, and she has quite a bit of difficulty memorizing subjects. The youth suggests she create her own memorization method, and the redhead accepts the advice, excited to try. Sasha smiles warmly and asks curiously what her big weak point in studies would be. He warns it will be hard for her to understand everything at first and suggests focusing on constant repetition of the material. The youth shares his own exercise sheets with her and calls everyone to start studying soon. The group finally starts studying with a lot of dedication and focus around the table in the traditional bedroom. 1 hour after studies begin, the 3 girls already start showing intense signs of fatigue. 2 hours later, Rika is already fast asleep over her notebook while the other 2 can barely hang on. Upon noticing their fatigue, the protagonist suggests taking a break, and the girls celebrate happily at the news. The young man asks if he can use the kitchen for a moment, and Karen accepts, confused, not understanding the reason for the request. He explains with a lovely smile on his face that he decided to prepare a delicious, quick snack to cheer up the group. The youth returns from the kitchen carrying a tray and announces cheerfully to his friends that the snack is ready. He serves a very beautiful dish of Korean bingsu, and the girls react charmed by the dessert's appearance. Sasha recognizes the delicious shaved ice dessert, and all of them find the dish extremely pretty and colorful. The young man tells them to choose their favorite flavors while the girls grab their phones to take pictures. Sasha looks at the black-haired youth and calls his name with a quite mysterious and playful look. The Russian suggests they share the treat and tries to feed the protagonist in the mouth with the dessert spoon. The youth turns quite red and tries to refuse politely, but the foreigner keeps insisting on the gesture. She makes a cute face and complains playfully that her arm is already getting tired of holding the spoon. The young man accepts the spoonful awkwardly, while Karen and Rika watch the scene with looks full of pure jealousy. Sasha celebrates happily and asks her friend to feed her too, leaving the other 2 girls furious with anger. Rika and Karen decide to act fast and try to feed the young man with their own dishes, leaving him very confused. The 2 demand angrily that he eat their food first, while the protagonist sweats cold under the pressure. Rika gets quite thoughtful upon realizing she jumped to premature conclusions about the 2's relationship. Karen shouts, blushing, and clears up the misunderstanding with her friend, making it clear that she and the youth are just friends. The redhead realizes she was completely wrong this whole time and gets reflective about her real feelings. She recalls fondly the day she started falling for the youth when he comforted her with so much sweetness. Rika watches her friend affectionately and concludes that if those 2 aren't together, she indeed has a clear path. Karen holds her dessert plate, blushing, and thinks with quite a bit of joy that she still stands a real chance with the protagonist. Time flies by at school, and the sign announces that classes in the sophomore room finally ended that day. Rika emerges with a radiant smile from ear to ear, celebrating a lot the end of the school's dreaded midterm exams. She celebrates doing very well on the test, and the youth praises her for the great effort, leaving his friend quite excited. The blonde suggests everyone celebrate the end of the tests by heading to Karak together, and her brown-haired friend loves the proposal. Rico offers to pay for everything while her friend cries, depressed for having done poorly by not studying enough. The colleague decides to change the subject and asks if the protagonist already knows about the new absurd rumors about him at school. He shares that the rumor says the youth faced 20 members of the Russian mafia alone on the street, leaving him sweating cold with panic. The friend laughs out loud, thinking the rumor is a big movie silliness, while the protagonist tries to brush off his extreme tension. Suddenly, Sasha pops up from behind, whispering in the hero's ear whether he is really sure it's all just nonsense. The foreigner gets excited about the outing and strikes a dramatic pose, stating everyone will finally hear her angelic voice. The Russian picks her favorite song, and the group decides to wrap up the talk in the room to head straight toward the outing. Everyone travels together by train and finally arrives at the bustling and famous Shibuya region late that afternoon. The group walks very cheerfully through the busy streets, eager to enjoy the moments of fun a lot. The black-haired hero asks if his friends are hungry, and the blonde agrees, reminding him it's already time for their lunch. The brown-haired friend breaks into a wide smile, suggesting they visit a famous artisanal burger joint nearby. Suddenly, a green motorcycle speeds past, grazing them, making the blonde young woman let out a scream of terror. The reckless biker yells, telling them to pay attention to the path, leaving the protagonist's friend indignant on the street. The youth asks if the blonde is okay, but she realizes desperately that the biker just stole her pink wallet. Without thinking twice, the hero hands his backpack to his blonde friend and tells her to wait for him right at that spot. The protagonist takes off running with a simply impressive speed, leaving a trail of wind along the sidewalk. Rika watches the dark-haired friend's spectacular dash, totally surprised by his unbelievable speed. The youth shouts, warning he will retrieve the item, and tells the girls to go wait safely for him inside the shop. In an alley, the red-haired thief celebrates the stolen wallet, laughing out loud with happiness at the crime's success. The accomplices count the money, scared by the absurd amount, but the friend fears what their leader will do if he finds out. Suddenly, the criminals hear thundering footsteps, running in a scary way toward them, and start sweating with fear. The protagonist emerges furious, wrapped in a scary purple aura, commanding with extreme fury for the thugs to stop right there. The thief gets startled upon seeing the youth approach so fast and tries to hop on his motorcycle to manage to escape. He speeds up the bike, mocking the youth, saying it's simply impossible for someone on foot to catch up to a fast vehicle. But to the criminal's total surprise, the young hero catches up to the motorcycle by running on foot in an absurdly fast and easy way. The crook screams terrified, calling the boy a monster upon seeing his cold, beastly gaze glowing intensely in purple. The protagonist digs his fingers into the vehicle's metal frame, generating deep cracks with his tremendous physical strength. He lifts the rear of the moving motorcycle using just one hand, leaving the biker in a complete state of shock. Desperate, the motor starts crying in panic, begging for the youth's forgiveness in the face of so much display of strength. With an extremely intimidating look, the hero coldly orders the criminal to get off the vehicle immediately. He demands the return of the pink wallet, and the scared crook kneels, handing over the belonging without thinking twice. The criminal flees crying on the bike, and the protagonist shouts, warning him never to commit that kind of crime on the street again. The youth checks the recovered belonging and lets out a sigh of fatigue for having had to sort out yet another silly mess. Back at the shop, the blonde is extremely happy to get her wallet back and thanks her friend from the bottom of her heart. Karen celebrates the success and warns that the time to head to karaoke has arrived, making the hero sweat cold at her excitement. After the fun outing, the protagonist walks back home without noticing he is being watched by a delinquent. The mysterious, tall-haired youth in a black jacket watches every move of the hero in complete silence from afar on the street. The sun starts setting on the horizon, and the girls wave cheerfully, saying goodbye to their friend after that incredible day. The hero says goodbye with a lovely smile on his face, warning they will meet again on the next school day. He plans to head straight to the gym for his daily workout, but suddenly hears a loud voice call him boss. The protagonist turns around startled, getting totally confused upon seeing the delinquent running desperately toward him on the street. The mysterious youth shouts with quite a bit of despair, stating he has something of extreme importance to tell the hero there. The black-haired hero tries to step away, tense, and asks with quite a bit of distrust who that weird boy could be. To the protagonist's total surprise, the delinquent drops to his knees on the ground. Bowing very respectfully, the delinquent begs desperately on his knees for the protagonist to accept him as his fighting disciple right away. The youth gets quite confused by the stranger's request, while people on the street start gossiping about the scene. The youth introduces himself as Goto Kazuya, and the hero tells him to stand up immediately to avoid drawing attention there. He says he can be called just Katsu while holding the protagonist's clothes, who tells him to let go. The black-haired hero looks at the rugged-looking youth and asks curiously how old he really is. He replies that he is 17, leaving the protagonist astonished to see how a youth can look so old. Katsu reveals with pride that he is actually the big leader of a famous and dangerous local motorcycle gang. He confesses with embarrassment that the wallet thieves were from his gang, and the hero asks why he followed him all the way there. The biker explains he followed the youth because he thinks he is the true definition of what it means to be a real man. He starts recalling that in the past, despite his large size, he always had a timid and fearful personality. Katsu recalls with quite a bit of sadness when he suffered constant bullying from other students inside and outside school. The youth thought that if he managed to get genuinely strong, other people would never laugh at his face again in life. He started training moves and imitating bully behavior to manage to protect himself from others' judgment. The boy started riding bikes and acting like a true tough guy, just to match his physical build. But deep down he knows he was still just the same old coward, pretending to be very strong in front of others. He layman's ending up leading a group of cowards who loved picking on weak people to intimidate them on the streets. The youth praises the hero, saying the protagonist managed to outrun a motorcycle on foot. He says the hero used all his incredible physical power not to show off, but rather to save his beloved friend. He recalls how the protagonist acted like a true hero by returning the pink wallet to the blonde. He swears the youth is his great role model of a man, but the hero thinks he just wanted to win a free karaoke that day. The biker begs again to be accepted, but the protagonist warns he is not the type of person who teaches others. The hero wonders in his thoughts how he manages to attract so many weird people close to his quiet school life. Suddenly, a great idea pops up in the protagonist's mind to manage to sort out that major problem once and for all. The black-haired youth changes his attitude and announces with a smile on his face that he accepts the biker as his disciple. Katsu celebrates with joy at the news, but the hero warns there is a serious condition for the training to begin. The youth raises his right hand showing 3 fingers, warning the new student will need to pass a temporary test. He challenges the biker to endure his heavy workout routine for just 3 straight days without giving up. He promises to accept him officially if he manages to meet the deadline, while laughing wickedly in his thought. The protagonist plans to put the new student through a true physical training hell to make him quit soon. He laughs demonically, thinking the boy won't handle the pressure and will leave without bothering him ever again in life. The park clock marks the start of the next day, with the sound of panting breath echoing loudly all over the local park. Yo. Sung jogs calmly down the street in the early morning while his new student tries to keep up with him out of breath. The hero thought the muscular youth would have good physical stamina, but gets disappointed by his poor performance. He thinks the boy's performance is pathetic, but soon realizes this will make him quit much faster and easier. The hero wonders if deep down in his heart he hoped to find a training partner his match in that boy. The protagonist decides to stop the morning run, and the gray tracksuited biker lands behind him with almost no strength left. The hero points to the pull-up bar and tells the new student to try doing some basic pull-up movements at that moment. The youth grips the iron bar quite firmly, preparing mentally to start his physical test there. He lets out a loud cry of determination to pull up on the bar, leaving the protagonist surprised by his immense enthusiasm. Katsu starts shaking and groaning in pain, struggling hard to manage to pull up, just a few inches on the pull-up bar. The youth lets go of the bar, falling exhausted flat on his back straight onto the park ground under the protagonist's silent gaze. The hero notices in surprise that the new student indeed possesses no real muscle and is completely out of shape. He warns that the test is over because with that pathetic stamina, the boy would never manage to endure the other workouts. Katsu grabs the hero's leg, crying, and begs him not to give up on the 3-day test they had agreed on before. The youth cries, confessing he focused only on eating to gain size and ended up forgetting to train his stamina. He argues sincerely that if he were already strong, he wouldn't need to ask to be the youth's disciple at that moment. Facing the sincere crying, the hero ends up caving and agrees to continue the training, remembering there's still time before class. The protagonist tells the boy to follow his movements on the pull-up bar for the next 2 hours of intense training there. The hero makes a spectacular leap, grabbing the bar easily, and orders the new student to pay close attention. Katsu gets on the bar and starts shaking intensely while the protagonist shouts, telling him to hold the position firmly. Katsu drops to his knees, exhausted, while the protagonist shakes his head in surprise, seeing the boy can barely handle the exercise. The next day, the hero walks calmly toward the school, thinking about his new student's performance. He admits in surprise that the biker actually managed to endure the heavy exercise routine for 2 full hours. The protagonist recalls when he planned to make the boy quit, right at the start using that brutal morning workout. But upon seeing all the boy's incredible determination, the hero admits worriedly that he ended up getting motivated to teach him. He thinks the boy seems cool, but remembers he's still a gang member, and gets tense upon hearing his name called. Satoru approaches the protagonist all smiles, asking curiously if he's heard about the new school rumor. The hero asks what the rumor would be, and his friend reveals that one of the 3 great school beauties will soon be back. He says he has never heard of those girls, leaving his friend indignant and demanding he stop talking nonsense there. Satoru explains that the first great school beauty is quite obviously Student Council President Seonji Kumiko. The second beauty is Kendo Club Captain Fuma Yukika, and the protagonist realizes in surprise that he knows both very well. The youth introduces the last beauty, revealing with plenty of enthusiasm that she is the famous young rising actress Minato Nao. The hero asks in surprise if the famous celebrity really studies at the same school as them, and his friend confirms cheerfully. Satoru shares emotionally that she will finally return to classes soon, and the protagonist asks how he knows so fast. The friend yells furiously, saying he's a lifetime fan club member, and the youth sighs, understanding the reason for so much info. Hero says he'll be heading into school since he's too busy thinking about his workouts to care about actresses. His friend runs after him, begging the youth to also join the official fan club, but the hero just brushes off the idea. Later in the gym, the head coach spots the youth and welcomes him to the place with a lovely smile on his face. The protagonist greets Coach Nikiyama, who soon notices the burly physical build of the youth right behind the hero. Katsu bows very respectfully, introducing himself, and the hero asks the coach to let him train there for 3 days. The man accepts the request with a lot of joy, stating he has high expectations for the boy's imposing physique. The protagonist guides his friend to the locker room, thinking worriedly that the boy is actually totally out of shape. Suddenly, a scream of terror and despair echoes loudly, grabbing the attention of everyone present in the local exercise area. Katsu runs on the treadmill, crying in despair, and begs the hero to save him, saying the speed is way too high. The black-haired hero tells the new student to hit the stop button in a hurry, and the boy obeys, screaming scared. The biker stretches out his trembling hand and hits the yellow emergency button in quite a hurry to shut down the machine. The youth falls face first onto the floor, completely exhausted, while the coach finds it unbelievable that he's suffering at that speed. The professional explains that the boy only has size, but possesses terrible physical stamina and motor coordination. The coach admits it will be hard to help him, and the protagonist starts thinking that is actually his karma at work. Katsu begs desperately for 3 more days of tests, promising the coach he will push hard to build stamina. The biker drops to his knees, begging to train with the hero, leaving the coach confused at such humiliation. The coach tells the boy to stand up, accepting the request, and the protagonist lets out a long sigh of fatigue at the scene. The hero bids farewell to the place, warning he's heading out, and the coach thanks him for his excellent effort today. Out on the street, the protagonist walks alongside his new student, who looks like a total zombie from exhaustion after the workouts. Katsu forces a firm expression and guarantees that fatigue is nothing compared to his big dream of becoming a disciple. The hero observes him quite seriously, concluding that he can no longer postpone an extremely serious talk with the boy. He stops walking and warns that before continuing, he needs the boy to make a very important promise to him today. The youth states seriously that if the biker truly wants to be his fighting student and become a strong man, the protagonist fixes his gaze on the boy and demands that starting today, he definitively quit that motorcycle gang. Katsu goes completely speechless with wide eyes of surprise upon hearing his master's drastic demand. The hero warns seriously that if the boy can't keep that promise, their training will indeed end right then and there. He repeats the order with quite a bit of firmness, making it clear that leaving the motorcycle gang today is his only option. The biker sweats cold with tension, staring at the youth without managing to find the right words to answer the master. The hero reinforces that if the boy refuses the condition, he won't be able to keep training him or accepting him as a disciple. The delinquent gets quite thoughtful, thinking about how he, being the big gang leader, could simply walk away like that. He recalls fondly when he was welcomed by group members, whom he considers true brothers, in arms. The protagonist tells him to think calmly because to him, a real man gets strong to protect the ones he loves most. He asks if the boy doesn't have anyone precious like that to defend, and Katsu reacts in surprise, remembering his family. The delinquent lowers his head with quite a bit of emotion in his look, and confesses that he does have someone very precious, which is his mom. He recalls when he was a child and received the warm hug of his mom, who raised him entirely on her own since childhood. Katsu stays in complete silence with a quite low gaze, while thinking thoughtfully about everything the hero told him. He agrees with the master and firmly announces that starting today, he is stepping down as gang leader to follow the hero closely. He states he was already too attached to that routine and promises seriously never to cause trouble on the streets again. The protagonist smiles warmly, placing his hand on his shoulder, and reinforces that that agreement is now a promise between the two. They shake hands with quite a bit of determination, resolved to try their hardest throughout the rest of the training. The hero announces cheerfully that weekend training sessions will be all day long, and the youth responds super excitedly. The weekend finally arrives, and the sign of the traditional training gym glows under the strong morning sun. The hero enters the place, greeting everyone, and gets startled upon hearing a booming war cry coming from the back of the room. Katsu trains in an extremely focused and noisy way on one of the machines, releasing immense physical force in the exercise. The coach greets the hero and points, laughing, at the tarred youth who was already working out way before everyone else. The professional praises the youth's incredible dedication and yells for the new student to control his breathing during the exercise. Katsu replies determinedly while the coach comments to the hero, that the new student possesses flawless willpower. The protagonist watches the boy work out with a lovely smile on his face, proud of his dedicated student's visible progress. Time flies by in the gym, and a long sigh of fatigue echoes inside the locker room, announcing the end of the exercises. The boy complains, laughing, that he is having quite a bit of trouble walking, and the master explains he used all his muscles today. The hero warns tomorrow will be even more brutal, and the boy cries with emotion. Thanking him immensely for the great learning, the protagonist fiddles with his backpack, saying he remembered something, and pulls out a package, leaving his friend quite curious there. He hands over a wrapped traditional lunchbox, saying he prepared that food for the youth to eat together with his dear mom. The new disciple opens the package in surprise, while the hero explains he prepared plenty of food for the two of them to dine well. He reveals he prepared a nice Chinese-style dish, and the youth gets extremely touched by the master's sweet attitude. The hero panics, asking why he's crying so much while the disciple thanks him with tears in his eyes. The boy drops to his knees, proclaiming his respect for the master on the street, making people around think he's crazy. Katsu stands up with a look full of determination, swearing tomorrow he will finish the test to become the official disciple. The delinquent walks back home, humming cheerfully under the golden late afternoon light illuminating the street. He reflects very happily, thinking he is indeed a super lucky guy for having managed to meet such an excellent master. The youth blushes and admits, in thought, that he is immensely relieved to have decided to quit the dangerous gang life today. Suddenly, the delinquent stops midway upon spotting two quite familiar figures standing at the sidewalk corner. He runs right into two members of his old gang, who are completely bruised and covered in bandages all over their bodies there. The companions cry, begging for their former leader's help, leaving the youth in a complete state of shock and confusion. The gym clock keeps ticking, indicating that Monday's workout time has already started passing. The protagonist works out, lifting the iron bar in the park, quite thoughtful about his student's sudden tardiness. He finds the boy's disappearance on the final day of tests strange, but knows very well Katsu isn't the type to give up easily like that. The hero paces back and forth, lamenting a lot about forgetting to ask for the youth's phone number. Time keeps ticking fast on the wall clock, and the afternoon starts coming to an end, announcing the deadline is running out. With no sign of the boy, the hero lets coach Nikayama know he's heading out, and the man wishes him a safe trip home. Walking back, the youth laments the boy's disappearance, but tries to console himself, thinking it's better not to get involved in trouble. He reflects that he just wants to live as a simple, ordinary extra, and indeed doesn't have the age to have a disciple in life. However, the hero can't get out of his mind the image of the dedicated delinquent, crying with joy upon receiving his lunchbox. The youth wonders thoughtfully if deep down in his heart, he ended up getting disappointed upon being interrupted by a cry for help. He turns around startled and runs right into a wounded, bandaged youth, asking if the hero is indeed boss Katsu's master. The hero asks, confused, if Katsu sent him, and the youth confirms, saying the boss sent word he wouldn't make it to train today. The protagonist fixes his serious gaze on the bruised boy, concluding worriedly that something very serious indeed happened there. The youth tries to say goodbye in a hurry after giving the notice, but the hero grabs the boy's shoulder, telling him to wait a minute. With an extremely imposing look, the black-haired youth demands that the youth explain everything that happened with Katsu today. Meanwhile, in a dark, abandoned warehouse in the city, the mood is extremely tense and dangerous with the gang's arrival. The loud sound of revving engines invades the place, and several powerful motorcycles surround the entrance of the isolated establishment. The feared rival gang leader Mao in a gold helmet emerges, mocking the arrival of the tall, haired hero at the dark warehouse. Katsu emerges from the shadows, facing the rivals with an extremely serious expression, while holding a wooden bat in his hands. Leader Mao claims to have heard that the youth decided to take care of his accomplices. But the boy faces him with plenty of fury in his look. The delinquent smiles mockingly, correcting the enemy by saying they are indeed his former gang accomplices now. The villain celebrates taking over gang command, but Katsu, irritated, says that group belongs to nobody. The rival scoffs, showing that his old allies seem to think in a totally different way there. One of the boys offers sincere apologies to Katsu, admitting they only did that to manage to survive. Katsu gets extremely furious and charges forward, shouting that he will never forgive the rival leader for this betrayal. Suddenly, a strong impact of wooden bats happens in the middle of the warehouse, generating a big collision. The traitor Midu emerges with a smile on his face, telling Katsu to stop and introducing himself in a very mocking way. Katsu yells enraged, attacking the traitor with all his strength, while the two exchange blows in the warehouse. The youth feels the fatigue of combat, but remembers his heavy workouts with the master are taking effect. Suddenly, a firm voice orders everyone to stop immediately, leaving the combatants surprised on the spot. An imposing silhouette emerges at the warehouse entrance, illuminated by the strong sunset light coming from outside. The former gang member goes completely breathless, with astonishment upon looking at the figure that just arrived. Katsu widens his eyes, whispers emotionally upon recognizing his dear master standing right there in front of him. The enemy asks irritated who he is, while the disciple tries to figure out why the master is at the location. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist just says Katsu's name. Revealing he heard he was in trouble, the protagonist's friend explains in surprise that the group's current boss betrayed Katsu. Allying with rival leader Mao, he shares that as soon as the leader stepped away, the traitors started moving to hand over command of the entire gang. The youth explains that in the process, many of his companions ended up getting seriously injured by the rivals. He reveals that Mao wants to take over everyone's territory to become the strongest and most feared biker in Tokyo. The youth shares that Katsu went to the warehouse alone to try to take full responsibility and stop the merger. The protagonist listens to everything seriously and orders the youth to take him immediately to the place where the battle is happening. The hero fixes his extremely determined gaze, ready to save his disciple from any real danger. In the warehouse, villain Mao asks in surprise if the newcomer is indeed Katsu's powerful boss. The rival leader watches the hero and deduces in thought that he must be the legendary former leader of the Tokyo group. The goons shout scared the name of the living legend Mishima Ryawahai, thinking the hero is actually this warrior. The hero gets confused, saying he doesn't know this man, and Mao asks irritated who he is after all. The protagonist just says he knows the guy, and Mao praises his courage for deciding to help Katsu in the fight. Mao admires the hero's spirit and decides to make a tempting proposal to sort things out calmly. The villain offers the position of his right-hand man, but the hero thinks that proposal looks like a romantic comedy cliché. The other delinquents get totally indignant at the sudden recruitment proposal made by their leader. Katsu yells for the master not to accept the deal, while the villain tells the boy to shut up and not meddle there. Mao reaches out quite confidently, insisting the youth accept his partnership proposal. Protagonist turns down the proposal on the spot, calling the idea ridiculous and leaving the rival leader confused. The hero says his plans are childish, but Mao counters, saying that with power he will make everyone bow to him. The youth explains that only works in small groups since the police would act fast if they grew that big. Protagonist breaks into a slight smile and starts walking slowly toward the band of armed delinquents. He asks ironically if the villain really thinks he can beat firearms, using just the raw strength of his bare hands. Furious, leader Mao orders all his men to attack the youth with everything to teach him a painful lesson. The bikers rev their vehicles, roaring engines, while the hero watches them with total calmness. The enemy laughs out loud, asking if the youth really believes he can defeat all the bikers alone there. The protagonist admits there are many adversaries at the location, but prepares to unleash his crushing physical strength. One of the goons leaps from the vehicle, swinging an immense iron chain, and yells for the youth to feel the blow. The heavy iron chain is hurled at high speed, heading straight toward the protagonist's face. Impressively, the hero grabs the chain with a single hand, blocking the attack without suffering a single scratch. The attacker gets completely perplexed and shocked upon noticing the ease with which the youth grabbed his iron weapon. The delinquent screams desperately upon being pulled with extreme physical force by the hero holding the metal firmly. The hero starts spinning the goon in the air using the chain itself, as if he were a light cloth toy. The delinquent screams in absolute panic, while being hurled at high speed straight against the rest of the group. The adversaries collide violently, generating a big impact that knocks the bikers straight onto the warehouse floor. The thugs scream desperately, asking for help upon realizing the youth is actually an indestructible monster. Several rivals groan in pain, fallen on the concrete next to their bikes, totally destroyed by the protagonist's power. The villainous leader enters total panic upon seeing the youth hurl an adult man using just one hand. The black-haired hero faces the enemies, saying calmly that anyone who wants to get hurt can come at him. The delinquents start backing away scared, cursing the hero while shaking with fear at such physical strength. Two goons team up and charge forward with everything, delivering bat blows trying to hit the protagonist. The youth blocks the wooden attack, using just his strong forearm without showing any sort of pain. He delivers an extremely fast hand strike that breaks the attacker's wooden bat, who screams in pain. The hero grabs one of the rivals, heads easily while the opponent gets totally desperate. With a fast movement, the protagonist slams the delinquent against the concrete, applying a devastating blow. The opponent drops, completely knocked out, on the warehouse floor after receiving the terrible impact of the youth's blow. Mao shouts irritated, telling everyone to attack together, stating the youth won't manage to beat the whole group. The hero sighs worriedly upon seeing so many rivals charging all at once against him in the middle of the dark warehouse. Katsu watches the scene quite bruised and shouts out loud, calling for his master's attention in the battle. He warns he'll send a weapon and throws his own wooden bat hard in the protagonist's direction. The tall, haired disciple throws the training object with determination while the traitor watches dazed. The protagonist stretches his hand upward, grabbing the wooden bat in a perfect and quite precise way. The youth breaks into a confident smile and thanks his student before charging with everything at the enemies, armed with the bat. The youth defeats several opponents at once, delivering fast blows all over the warehouse. Mao sweats cold with despair upon seeing his plans to rule the whole city ruined by that boy. The villain in a helmet is horrified, wondering where that youth of such absurd physical strength came from. He fires up his motorcycle engine, determined to run over the protagonist to settle that dispute once and for all. Katsu screams desperately for the master to watch out for the fast vehicle advancing in his direction. The villain speeds up with maximum fury, heading straight in the protagonist's direction to end his life there. The motorcycle advances at high speed, generating a deafening noise echoing all over the dark warehouse. With extremely concentrated eyes, the hero doesn't budge and prepares to receive the direct impact of the bike. Suddenly, a colossal roar happens in the center of the warehouse, generating a huge shock wave from the impact. Katsu watches the scene with wide eyes, barely believing the outcome of that violent collision. The biker is in shock upon noticing the youth actually stop the high-speed vehicle using his hands. He tries to rev even harder, but realizes terrified that he is completely incapable of pushing the hero backward. The villain goes into a panic upon seeing the boy stand his ground firmly, as if the vehicle weighed nothing at all. The youth remembers that at the gym his coach had already compared his physical performance to that of a real monster. The coach praised the youth's absurd strength, but questioned whether that evolution wasn't the result of cheating. The instructor joked, asking if the secret behind those giant muscles wasn't the use of steroids. Protagonist recalls needing to take a special pill from the ninja family, but rejects the cheating fame. The hero gets extremely furious at the insinuation that he uses steroids and lets out an angry scream in the fight. With pure physical strength, he lifts the entire heavy motorcycle with his hands, shouting his new move's name. Katsu is in shock with his mouth wide open upon seeing the master lift a vehicle weighing over 200 kilos with his hands. The biker beds, crying in fear, telling the youth to stop and swearing he never said anything about cheating. The hero screams out loud, telling the opponent to get off, and hurls the entire vehicle structure straight against the ground. The collision destroys the whole bike, generating an immense explosion of parts and dust spreading across the warehouse. Villain Mao is hurled far and rolls heavily on the street concrete, failing to resist the strong impact. The rival leader lands unconscious on the floor, while his broken helmet rolls far away from his body. The hero walks calmly toward the defeated rival, under the watchful eyes of the other goons in the pack. Upon seeing their powerful leader destroyed so easily, the other delinquents flee running in panic. The protagonist adjusts his clothes while the group flees screaming, calling the boy an indestructible monster. The hero observes the past, out-villain's face, noticing a deep scar the youth was trying to hide. He gets thoughtful, wondering if that mark caused shyness in the rival, and Katsu calls the master respectfully. The disciple says sadly that in light of all this mess, he can no longer step down as gang leader today. The youth looks at his bruised friends and explains there are still many pending problems to sort out. The protagonist smiles understandingly, placing his hand on his disciple's shoulder, and agrees, leaving it all to him. Katsu smiles emotionally and thanks the master, lamenting that they can no longer train together starting today. The protagonist smiles warmly and tells his disciple he behaved like a true man in battle. He praises Katsu's attitude, stating he did absolutely everything he could to protect what was precious. The youth says goodbye waving, and tells his disciple in a friendly way to show up at the gym to train whenever he wants. Katsu gets extremely touched and red-faced upon hearing his master's kind words and invitation. He shouts, agreeing emotionally while the protagonist steps away with a slight smile on his face late that afternoon. On Monday, the lunch bell rings at school, and the hero walks calmly toward the school cafeteria. His classmate approaches, quite flustered, holding his cell phone, and asks if he's already seen the new viral video. The protagonist asks confused what it's about, and his friend tells him to look closely at the phone screen. The friend explains that the video shows a gang fight, and the hero starts sweating cold, foreseeing he's in trouble. The colleague calms the youth down, saying the security footage is in terrible quality, and you can't see any faces. The hero falls into panic in his thoughts upon confirming the footage actually shows him fighting the delinquents. The colleague comments that the fighter has the same physical build as the youth, but the hero denies everything immediately to brush it off. He questions why he get involved in gang fights, and his friend agrees, thinking it really makes no sense. The friend asks where the girls are eating today, and the youth explains they decided to eat together somewhere else. The colleague gets disappointed with the answer, while the protagonist sweats nervously at his friend's exaggerated reaction at the table. Suddenly, a loud noise and loud shouts start echoing through the cafeteria, grabbing the young hero's attention there. The colleague is left totally speechless, pointing his finger with red cheeks of extreme emotion at who arrived. Famous actress in dark glasses and short hair Minato now enters the place, drawing the stares of all the students. The hero remembers she was going to start studying there, and his friend runs desperately trying to get an autograph. Several fans crowd around the young actress, begging for an autograph while she waves very sweetly. Niall stops walking and stares fixedly in the protagonist's direction, leaving his friend quite surprised by the contact. The colleague thinks the celebrity waved at him, but the hero warns calmly that is surely impossible to happen. The beautiful young woman approaches with a sweet smile on her face, greeting the hero in an extremely polite and sweet way. The protagonist's colleague nearly faints from emotion upon seeing the famous actress up close, asking permission to talk to them. She asks if she can sit with them at the table, and his friend accepts on the spot, thinking he's living a sweet dream. The actress sits next to them while the black-haired hero tries to figure out why she's there with them. The protagonist asks quite directly what she wants, and the young woman prepares to reveal her goal. The beautiful girl smiles friendly and reveals that she actually has a very important favor to ask colleague Kim Yoo-sung. The hero is surprised to hear her say his full name, leaving the friend next to him even more shocked at the table. The actress asks with sparkling eyes if the youth has ever thought about the major possibility of making his debut as an actor. The protagonist is totally surprised and speechless at the unusual proposal made by the school's young celebrity. He asks, confused about the reason for the invite, and she explains affectionately that she's been watching him since he entered school. She confesses his physical build always grabbed a lot of attention, even when she watched him from afar down the hallways. She says she thought of the hero right as she received her new drama script, but he warns he's never acted a day in his life. The Russian girl slips her hand into her skirt pocket and insists a lot for the youth to agree to take part in her project. Time flies by, and a wooden sign announces the start of the school's anticipated summer training camp. On his phone, the youth receives several affectionate messages from the actress reminding her friend not to forget the acting deal. The hero sighs, remembering he ended up accepting the proposal after she offered valuable new gym equipment. The youth decides to focus just on the camp, but complains a lot about the excessive heat in that region. His colleague celebrates a lot upon noticing that he and the girls ended up in the exact same chore group. Teacher Matsuda announces that the group's first activity will picking up all the trash scattered across the green area there. Using a picker tool, the youth picks up a plastic bottle off the ground, complaining about traveling just to clean up the place. His friend consoles the protagonist, saying at least the terrain is flat and they won't need to go on any trails today. Rika agrees relieved, and the protagonist thinks in silence that his loud friend really loves complaining about everything. Suddenly, a dark, mysterious silhouette speeds past at top speed through the forest trees. Rika lets out a scream of terror, grabbing desperately onto the hero's arm, who asks in surprise what happened to his friend. The blonde points scared, saying she saw a strange shadow pass, but the youth spots absolutely nothing there. The braided class rep tries to calm her down, saying only their class booked that camping spot. Rika shakes with fear, with her eyes full of tears, wondering if what she saw in the dark woods was actually a ghost. She cries, saying she hates dark places, and the protagonist concludes in thought that his friend is much timider than he thought. The youth tries to reassure her, saying affectionately that if she's scared, she just needs to stay close to him on the hike. The blonde thanks him timidly while he watches her thoughtfully, preparing to give a rather unusual workout tip. He says seriously that she needs more muscle strength because with strong muscles people don't feel scared of ghosts. The youth starts giving healthy eating tips with protein, and she interrupts him, saying she's heard enough. Teacher Matsuda gathers everyone, announcing that the time has finally arrived to start the free group activities. His friend says he'll look for a dance partner for tomorrow, and the hero suggests the group go for a walk on the beach. The class rep suggests splitting the course and setting a meeting time at the square so everyone can enjoy themselves well. The hero opens a regional map, focused on planning his own walking route along the area's beautiful, calm coast. He warns he'll walk the beach trail, and the blonde calls his name timidly, showing quite a bit of interest. The youth asks if she wasn't going to the museum, but the blonde says she changed her mind and wants to tag along with her friend anyway. The protagonist is surprised by the sudden change of plans, but accepts his close friend's company in a friendly way. The two walk under the relaxing sound of blue ocean waves breaking steadily against the coastal rocks. The hero praises the lovely scenery despite complaining a bit about the strong heat, and the blonde agrees cheerfully, keeping up the pace. Rika asks with a blushing face if he's already chosen who he plans to dance with at tomorrow night's traditional bonfire. The youth gets thoughtful, remembering that the camp's traditional dance is a very important school rule. He reflects that boys usually invite girls, but admits to himself he has zero interest in dancing. Suddenly, Sasha pops up running from the bushes, calling out the protagonist for a supposed dance deal they had already made. The youth gets startled, and Rika screams furiously at the Russian, stating she was inviting the youth first in the chat. Sasha mocks, saying who invites first doesn't matter, but rather who manages to close the dance deal with him first. Rika tries to brush off the embarrassment by shouting desperately that they should just respect the young man's personal opinion. With quite tired face, the hero explains that he's indeed never danced, and therefore didn't plan to partner up with anyone. The Russian offers to teach the youth to dance, leaving Rika even more irritated while Karen waves from afar on the beach. The redhead approaches, telling the foreigner to stop messing with her friend, and the blonde is happy to see her friend there on the beach. The protagonist asks, confused, why Karen is hanging out there if her class is supposed to be somewhere else. The redhead turns red with embarrassment and says she doesn't care about the location as long as she gets spend the whole day right next to him. Time passes, and the protagonist's friend shouts the youth's name near the central clock of the school summer training camp. His friend teases, saying the hero has surely already landed a dance partner, and jokes about his own luck. The group finds the class rep's tardiness strange, since besides not showing up, she's also not answering any calls. The hero suspects something serious might have happened, suggests splitting the group to conduct a quick search around the place. The youth orders seriously for no one to wander off too far, while the four rush off to look for their classmate. Hurried footsteps run desperately through dry leaves and concrete on the summer camp trail. Rika fiddles with her phone distressed, begging her friend to answer the call for fear something serious happened. The blonde stops before a dark entrance in the woods, getting a major fright upon sensing a mysterious presence around there. The girl shakes with terror, staring at the dark trail, and whispers to herself, remembering how much she hates unlit places. She senses the missing classmate is in danger and shouts her name, trying to contain the immense fear she feels of the woods. Shaking from nervousness, the young lady grabs her own skirt, unable to decide what to do amid that total darkness. The blonde considers calling to ask for the protagonist's urgent help, but hesitates out of embarrassment at showing him so much weakness. She recalls her friend's advice that strong muscles help people not feel scared of ghosts in life. She remembers his serious face when giving the workout tip and gets annoyed, deciding to prove she can handle things on her own. With determination, she decides to enter the dark forest alone, resolved to prove her own courage to her friend. In another part of the woods, the protagonist shouts for the class leader, quite worried about the girl's sudden disappearance. Suddenly, the hero hears a scream of terror coming from deep in the dark woods and instantly recognizes Rika's desperate voice. The youth runs toward the sound and runs to a completely dark path, without lighting in the middle of the forest. He remembers when he told his friend to stick close if she was scared, and realizes the danger she faces in the dark. The hero runs desperately, wondering why she entered such a dangerous, dark place completely alone. Suddenly he hears Rika's voice demanding angrily that a group of mysterious men let her go right away. The protagonist arrives at the location and spots the blonde bravely confronting some quite dangerous-looking men. He gets tense upon noticing the mysterious men look like delinquents surrounding Rika and the missing class rep. The youth realizes his friend is shaking with fear like a leaf and wonders why she didn't call asking for his help. The blonde shakes her legs in panic, but stays firm, trying to protect her classmate from the armed delinquents. The delinquents laugh mockingly, telling them to just have a little fun with them in the woods. The protagonist grinds his teeth, extremely irritated by those men's audacity in bothering the girls. He decides to act to teach the cowards a painful lesson, but suddenly stops upon noticing an unexpected reaction. Completely red and shaking with fear, the blonde raises her clenched fists, calling the thugs out for a fight. The hero drops his jaw and stands totally speechless upon seeing his scared friend try to step into physical combat. Trembling from head to toe, Rika tries to show some courage and challenges the guys to a fight right then and there. The hero watches the scene from afar as the blonde steps in front of the fallen class representative to protect her. The protagonist is totally shocked by Rika's boldness, and the representative can hardly believe her eyes. The delinquents burst out laughing, finding it amusing that such a defenseless girl is trying to stand up to them like that. That is when she remembers her friend's advice and decides to shout about the importance of muscles. She explains that with strong muscles, ghosts and physical dangers would no longer be scary. The young man can hardly believe the nonsense she is talking about, since those men are not spokes. One of the thugs loses patience with the small talk and grabs the blonde's wrist hard. The hero is infuriated by the guy's cowardly attitude and prepares to step in immediately. Suddenly, Sasha and Karen show up and suggest waiting a bit so they do not ruin Rika's bravery. Even so, the protagonist feels extremely anxious seeing his friend in trouble in front of those guys. The delinquent aggressively pushes the blonde, making her lose her balance in front of everyone. To make matters worse, the other guy in glasses sneaks up from behind and tries to grab her by surprise. Rika tries to break free no matter what, screaming desperately for the guy to let her go. She begs the representative to run away from there and get help from the teacher or the group's hero. The representative hesitates to leave, but the blonde shouts once more, ordering her to run fast. When the girl in glasses tries to run, the blonde delinquent quickly rushes after her to catch her. Suddenly, a mysterious hand grabs the attacker's arm, stopping him from reaching the fleeing young woman. Sashai appears with an extremely cold and focused look, announcing that it is time to take action. With impressive agility, the Russian draws a black gun that was hidden in her tactical boot. Without a single second of hesitation, she fires at the enemy, making a deafening noise in the forest. The delinquent is hit squarely in the groin and collapses to the ground, screaming in pain from the impact of the shot. The other criminal is completely terrified to see his companion get shot like that. The protagonist panics upon realizing that a high school student is carrying a weapon at the camp. He asks where that came from, but the Russian calmly explains that they're just rubber bullets. The delinquent in glasses swallows hard upon hearing that the projectiles used are not actually lethal. Karen leaps from above, confirming the information and warning that the use of that weaponry is totally legal. She lands a brutal down strike right in the middle of the scary criminal's head with the glasses. Rika breaks into a huge, relieved smile upon seeing that her great friends came to save her just in time. The injured attacker gets up furiously, cursing the redhead, but she dodges the punch with extreme ease. With precise movements, she takes advantage of her opponent's opening and closes in to finish the fight. The young redhead lands a devastating blow with her baton, right in the center of the destabilized opponent's chest. The thud spits blood and falls completely defeated after receiving the rapid sequence of attacks. Both delinquents end up sprawled on the forest floor, groaning in pain with no strength to get up. The hero is surprised to notice that the girls sorted out the whole mess all by themselves without his direct help. He quickly runs toward Rika, asking if she is okay after all that terrible fright. The blonde finally bursts into tears, admitting that she was very scared of something bad happening there. The young man affectionately asks why she did not call for help right from the start. She cries, confessing that her biggest desire was to be strong like him so she could protect others. The hero scratches the back of his head sheepishly, realizing that he was the grand inspiration for his friend's courageous attitude. Suddenly, the young woman's legs begin to tremble from exhaustion, and she ends up losing her footing on the ground. The hero acts fast and catches her in his arms, preventing the girl from taking a bad fall onto the dirt. She apologizes for her weak legs, and the guy gently tells her that she can lean on him to rest. The guy catches the soft scent of her hair and tries to push away the silly thoughts that pop into his mind. Her friends watch the two of them hugging from afar, whispering about how unfair that situation is. Sashai admits directly that she is quite jealous of the sudden closeness between the two of them in the woods. Karen turns extremely red upon realizing she let her feelings slip out in front of everyone. The foreign girl confronts the redhead, asking directly if she is also in love with the protagonist. With a completely flushed face, the young woman finally confesses in a low voice that she likes him a lot. The class representative listens to the whole revelation in silence, seeming to process their feelings. The class representative stays silent while processing that unexpected revelation. Later on, the traditional summer camp bonfire is lit, catching everyone's attention. Rika approaches the protagonist with a radiant smile, calling out to her friend affectionately. He asks if she is feeling better, and the blonde thanks him, saying she has something very important to ask. Very shyly, she asks him to dance the folk dance, leaving the young man surprised by the request. To convince him, she argues dramatically that she almost ended up dying that very day. The blonde smiles, saying that he should grant at least one wish to someone who went through such great danger. Without giving her friend time to reply, she takes his hand and excitedly pulls him toward the dance floor. The two of them start dancing together under the light of the big bonfire, leaving the hero somewhat awkward. Rika flashes a huge, infectious smile, showing that she is extremely happy at that moment. Seeing his friend's joy, the protagonist's heart softens, and he returns a warm smile. He asks once more if she is all right, while the two of them keep enjoying the music together. Sasha watches from afar and accepts that the dance is the well-deserved reward for Rika's courage today. However, the foreign girl and Karen warn each other that they will no longer back down in the contest for the hero. Sasha focuses her blue eyes toward the protagonist, whispering his name with determination. Karen also shows a steady gaze and vows to herself that she will never give up on her beloved. Suddenly, the hero feels a terrible chill down his spine, unaware of the danger awaiting him in the future. Back at school, routine activities resume after the end of the eventful summer camp. The young man's friend sighs deeply with a look of pure defeat and exhaustion on his face. He complains that the good times fly by and that final exams are already about to begin. The hero reflects that the trip was a new and fun experience in its own peculiar way. Suddenly, a firm voice calls out his name in the hallway, grabbing the young man's immediate attention. Upperclassman Huma shows up and asks the protagonist to accompany her to the rooftop for a serious talk. The guy scratches his head in confusion, not understanding why she wants to talk specifically with him. Up on the rooftop, the hero lets out an exclamation of surprise at what he has just heard from the upperclassman. Surprised, he questions the meaning of being born with the so-called extreme yang constitution. The young woman confirms the information and begins to explain the characteristics of this condition in detail. She reveals that this type of body produces a gigantic amount of purely masculine energy. The guy is in shock upon discovering this bizarre hidden trait about his own organism. The upperclassman states that with this immense power, he will no longer be able to live as an ordinary citizen in the world. The guy tries to argue, saying that the strength used to defeat the fearsome Ivan was only temporary. She counters by explaining that victory elevated him to the status of a deity in the combat underworld. The young woman warns that countless powerful warriors will come after him looking for glory and prestige. He cries upon seeing his ordinary life go down the drain, but she says there is a way to avoid it. The hero desperately begs for the solution, and the upperclassman replies very simply and directly. She proposes that he become the official heir to the clan of the famous Huma style assassination arts. The upperclassman explains that this is a secret technique taught only to the leader of the Huma family. The guy hesitates, asking if it is right for him to learn something so valuable without being the head of the family. She suggests that he simply become the leader, and he asks confusedly how he could do such a thing. With a flushed face, she reveals that the simple solution to that is for him to officially marry her. The hero wears a completely gloomy expression and turns down the marriage proposal right away. She insists angrily, but the guy bows, offering sincere apologies for turning down the incredible offer. The upperclassman stares closely at him with a suspicious look, trying to understand the reason for that rejection. With a sad expression, she asks if the refusal is because she is not his physical type. She admits she had confidence in her looks, and the hero hurries to say that is not the problem. She says she was trained to be a good bride, but the guy notices she is not paying attention. The guy explains that she should marry out of true love, and not out of sheer interest or convenience. The young woman is surprised by his words and admits that she also longs for an ordinary romantic marriage. She bites her lips thoughtfully upon realizing the weight of the protagonist's kind and sincere words. At last, she accepts the guy's answer and says she completely understands his point of view there. The scene shifts back to the school hallway right in front of the sophomore class 2B room door. The protagonist walks along thoughtfully, worried that he might have been too cold in turning down the marriage proposal. Suddenly, the upperclassman shows up in his classroom, saying she has already found another perfect alternative for both of them. She points with determination and loudly demands that he become her bride anyway. The guy immediately refuses with a panicked look on his face in the face of that inverted marriage proposal. Suddenly, the student council vice president interrupts the conversation, calling the guy by name. With great composure, he explains that President Kumiko has requested the hero's urgent presence in her office. The guy goes to the council room and finds President Kumiko standing by the window, looking out in silence. He timidly asks why he was called, and the president gently asks him to take a seat. She pours some tea while calmly remarking that she caught wind of some recent rumors about the guy. Kumiko reveals that the rumors say he promised to marry Yukika, making the hero spit out all of his tea. Desperate, the protagonist tries to explain that all that gossip is nothing more than an unfounded lie. The president says she understands the situation, and then prepares a very serious question for him. With a visibly red face, she shows quite a bit of nervousness before revealing her feelings. She asks if he would like to have her as a romantic partner, leaving the young man completely paralyzed. The hero freaks out internally, failing to understand why even the serious president is acting that way. Meanwhile, down the hallways, the students begin spreading even more rumors about his love life. Rika walks down the hall and is shocked to hear her classmates whispering about a supposed marriage involving her friend. She hears that several other popular girls from school are also fighting for her friend's love. Overcome with jealousy and frustration, the young blonde grips the fabric of her skirt with extreme force and anger. She realizes that she now has to face at least 4 heavy, hitting rivals for the protagonist's heart. The blonde remembers the romantic vibe they shared during the bonfire dance and cannot make sense of this twist. Determined, she decides she can no longer sit back and just watch all the rivals make their moves. Rika opens the door, resolved to take action right away before someone ends up stealing the hero from her arms for good. She starts preparing something very special at her study desk, focused on getting what she wants so badly. With a completely focused gaze, the girl devotes herself to that important task without getting distracted by anything. Time flies by, and she lets out a sigh of relief when the clock finally strikes 5 in the afternoon. Rika celebrates happily upon seeing that her special project is fully finished and ready. Holding the decorated paper up high, the young blonde fills with hope regarding the plan she has just hatched. She plucks up her courage, promising herself that she will finally confess to the protagonist.